What's up, everyone? Richard here, joining me today again. Tiger and Troy. How's it going, guys?
Hello, hello.
Good evening, good sleep.
Hey, it's official.
Hey. Nice. Looking good.
Yeah.
All right, now that we all look uniform, I think we can be a bit more professional, right, Troy?
Yeah, that's right. I'm ready now.
Good. All right, Tiger, you say you want to kick things off. Before you do, to all our viewers, thanks for joining. I hope you enjoyed the session. And if you've got any questions, as always, just drop them there in the chat and we'll respond. Tiger, take it away.
All right, sounds good. So the Senate finally passed the big, beautiful bill yesterday. It's off to the House of Representatives now here in the U.S. Yep. So it sounds like they kept about 85 to 90% of it the same as.
Look, Troy, you're raking up a bit. Oh, not Troy, Tiger. Are you still there, Troy?
Oh, are you there? Okay. Lost you there for a second. As I was saying, the Senate did pass the big, beautiful bill yesterday. They only changed about 10 to 15% of it, according to the House Speaker. So it's off to the House of Representatives where they'll and discuss the changes. And there's already some unhappy Republicans. They did increase the spending, I think $651 billion or something like that, U.S. dollars in the Senate. So, like I said, they're going to go cuss and discuss that and then see if they need to ping pong it back and forth between the chambers. So obviously President Trump's goal is to have it on his desk to sign by Friday, July 4th, to also celebrate and incorporate the 250th birthday of the United States. So we'll see if he gets his wish or if it's a week late or something like that. But but either way, that's really the main news on that front. A lot of lip flapping yesterday. I think Lagarde's going to speak again today. It's just like watching paint dry or watching grass grow. I chimed in on their speeches for a few minutes, but it's just more of the same from Chairman Powell. Just wait and see. He did pretty much hint that he hasn't dropped interest rates because of the tariffs. I mean, that was really the big thing, which I think we all kind of knew here in the U.S. anyway, anybody that pays attention to the U.S. markets. So, just the tariffs, just all the unknowns and the unseen. It's like he's afraid to make a move. Obviously, him and President Trump here in the U.S. are kind of having their own little Twitter battles and arguing it out. It's funny because President Trump's the one that put him in the position. So, but either way, I think his position ends in July or June of next year or something like that. He's already got a short list of people to replace him. Among them is the finance secretary. His name's blanking, but there's a few of them. I think that'll be some good replacements whenever that time comes. But either way, so pass the House, pass the Senate, back to the House. We'll see how much ping pong goes from there. But other than that, as far as looking at the economic front, the real hard data that we care about, let me share my screen here. Get the economic calendar up. Today the main report that's come out was the ADP non-farm employment change. That's right. And it was an ugly number. So if you take a look at the graph, okay. Actually, I want to show it to you on my other chart because it looks a little cleaner. Let's see here. We're going to go to economic growth. Yeah, right here, ADP. So today it was negative 33,000. It's the first time it's been under zero in a while, as you can tell. and they even projected, 99,000. So they just disgracefully missed their estimates. The economists did. So, Troy, you mentioned yesterday we like to chart everything. This is one thing I love. One thing I love about all the different reports, I can chart everything. So, but anyway,
but it's the number that we really focused on, right?
Yeah, ADP, for those not in the US that may not know, it's like one of the largest softwares that we use. I don't know, it may be worldwide for all I know, but here in the US, it's one of the main ones that like HR departments use for clocking in, clocking out their employers, paychecks, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been, yeah, it's anytime somebody sees a negative number, especially after positive numbers like that, the markets just go ape, you know what? So I have a theory though. Maybe maybe it's went to the negative. Maybe all this downward trajectory. That's just people quitting their jobs to become day traders. That's what it is. That's your conspiracy theory today.
Could be.
But
Don't do that just yet.
yeah, none of that.
Yeah, I thought I could do that at the beginning. Believe me, it didn't work out well.
But after all the dust is settled, just looking at my top setups, I mean, I'm still paying attention to things like the euro dollar, the Swiss Japanese yen. Excuse me. The DAX in Germany, like I told you yesterday, it's just been going crazy when you add up all the economic data. But something that might help some people, something that I have done just to kind of check my knowledge versus learn things along the way. Look, I'm a student of the game. I've been doing this 11 years, but you guys know this better than anybody probably. Every day we learn. Every day we learn something, right? So, but anyway, one thing I like to do is take my top setups and then take the calendar of events for the day and just paste those into DeepSeek. Now, hopefully, I don't get kicked out of the U.S. for saying DeepSeek because I know it was a big issue here. I'm not even using our own Chat GPT, but I just like DeepSeek. It's a little quicker, but
so anyway, that's an AI?
Yeah, it's the AI.
Okay.
So what?
It's like
one thing,
ChatGPT. It's just the Chinese, is it Chinese or Japanese competitor?
It's a Chinese version, I believe. So
yeah, and it's free.
Yeah. So hopefully I don't get doxxed by the powers that be here in the country. But anyway, I just like to take a screenshot of the economic calendar, for the day events. Sometimes I'll just do it for the week like that. And then I'll also take, for me, or if anybody has similar software, a screenshot of the top setups. And I like to paste that in there and just say, hey, updated calendar, how does the 80 number affect my top setups? So it'll just basically give you kind of a brief summary of the impact of whatever you're questioning. So obviously, with the downside of the ADP report, I mean, USD pairs, just like it's been lately, very bearish bias.
You better watch it. You're giving that information to China.
Yeah, I know, right?
Can it actually read what's contained in the image? Like,
it parses it.
Yeah. That, for example.
Yeah, so the software parses it and then just looks at it just kind of rips the font, the words from it, and then just digests it like that. But yeah, it'll just give you a brief summary of the different currencies, right? It'll show you, bullish pairs, bearish pairs, equities. Like obviously it's got the DAX there. The Nikkei, I actually got into a Nikkei position yesterday afternoon. It just seems like we've had a lot of these red folder events during our stream, so I haven't been getting into a lot of trades. But it seems like after the news is kind of digested by the market, afternoon, early evening, that's when I've been getting into some of my trades. So I'm going to go over that here in a moment just to kind of show you guys the current trade. Yesterday, the pound dollar was on my top setups. You mentioned, Troy, I think it was about the pound. Apparently, they just didn't like opening her mouth and speaking, or what was that, Governor? What was the
something about one of the governors being pro-welfare or anti-welfare?
Oh yeah, Governor Bailey probably.
There was a blurb about it, and I don't like. You guys are going to figure out. I follow macro events from a worldwide perspective, but not from a currency perspective. So I don't really know anything about currencies individually. I look at country economics, how it fits into the world and how that affects US. But I rely on you currency guys to give me the inside scoop as to, what is going on specifically with a it was definitely a news driven. Like I said, that's all I saw.
Yeah, it looks like the market basically took it as a dovish comments from Governor
from the
Bailey.
bank.
So, yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the pound dollar real quick, I mean,
Just saying hi to James in the chat there. Hi, James. How's it going?
hey, James.
How you doing?
Joining.
So, yeah, just looking at the pound dollar, you know, part of it was probably aided by the fact it did run into that overhead supply I mentioned yesterday. All the major dollar pairs, except for the Aussie US dollar, hit those overhead or you know, underneath resistance points. So, on a technical level, a pure technical level, I'm sure that probably added to it as well. But yeah, obviously for the pound, the dovish comments, the market just didn't like it in combination with technicals. So, yeah, again, it just always pays to see what's overhead, what's underneath you on a higher term perspective when we're talking about the zones. So yeah, I mean that's not really a surprise to me, just just by looking at the technicals. But I did obviously have a 4-hour zone drawn up. Now with the ADP release, I'm just being a little more careful, and obviously it's kind of chewed through that zone. But on a smaller time frame, I'm just trying to see if I can get a 15-minute zone, like a 15-minute candle with a engulfing candle or a tail, and I still might get into it. Now, the pound dollar, because of the speech yesterday and obviously that technical level, it's actually now into a neutral setting on my top setups. Yesterday it was above 5. So today I think it's down to like 2. So essentially a no-go. But yeah, especially with this ADP number, I'm just going to be careful. I want to, usually what I like to do, guys, whenever a big report like that comes out, I mean, obviously 7:15 Central is when that report was released. That's that big, let me see here. Yeah, that's that yellow candle right straight down. That's the 7:15 when that report released. So bad for the dollar, good for the pound. Well, it had that initial spike up of about 20 pips, but then it's since crashed as far as the pound dollar. So, that's a great place to buy. I just wished it would be a 5 or higher on my economic reporting. That's really the only reason I haven't kind of pulled the trigger yet. I mean, and plus I haven't really got
the dollar index doing that, Troy.
What?
If you're watching that, I haven't seen the dollar index for a while. Obviously, it's going strengthening again.
But yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just going to kind of wait for the next half hour, wait till the volume kind of goes back down to normal a little bit. I mean, you look back off here to the left, you see how low the volume is, and then it's obviously been spiking since the New York session opened. But I mean, it's kind of calming down. I mean, I may look to potentially, just from a pure technical perspective, I may still look to take a buy out, a buy above that zone. So we'll kind of see how it shakes out here during the session. But yeah, just going to the Nikkei real quick. Let me go find that on my chart real quick, because that was my favorite one that I saw yesterday. Get over here to the so yesterday, like I said, afternoon, it did hit the 50% level from the swing low to swing high. On a 1-hour time frame, I did have my zone, my demand zone there. And as you can see, it's just kind of bounced nicely. I got in a little late because I was away, but when I got home, it had started to rise. And actually, if I go over to my chart of my broker chart, go find the Nikkei. There it is. Yeah. So obviously, with the release of that report, it's just kind of, flip flopping around. I almost reached a 1-to-1 while I was sleeping. But yeah, I kind of map this out, usually the 1-to-1s, the 2-to-1s, just so I can see where my potential take profits are. But yeah, once that, if we can get a further spike up in this area, then I'll probably go ahead and move it to break even. If I get 1.5-to-1 or maybe even a 2-to-1, because we do have a pretty decent, overhead supply zone that could potentially knock it back down somewhat. But yeah, I mean, I did ultimately get in. Like I said, I got in a little higher than I wanted. On my other broker, I got in at a better price, a little lower. But then I got to I'm still trying to learn this platform, to be quite honest with you, because I just got it. Yesterday was the first day I started using it. So just kind of playing around with it and learning it. But yeah, I mean, I did get in ultimately right here. It went up pretty nice. And then since the report release is just kind of flopping around like a fish out of water. So we'll see how that all shakes out when the volume settles down. But let's see, what else did I want to talk about? Just look at my notes real quick here. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar. Yeah, I was just going to kind of show some more examples of these zones. Euro dollar. Flip over here. Let's see here. Where was I at? Let me look here. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar. Oh yeah, dollar CAD. Let's go take a look at some of these. Yeah, so I mean, I did have this zone drawn up here from the 15-minute zone. Aussie dollar I do have as a bullish site. So yeah, I mean, we had a nice bounce off the zone earlier. Now, ultimately, again, I took the Nikkei, so that's why I didn't jump into some of these other ones. But just goes to show the power of these zones, collecting these unfilled orders and pushing up for 2.5, 3 to 1. I think I had a similar one on the euro dollar, or was that one? Yeah, right here. Had another one here that hit and bounced pretty nice. Dollar Canada dollar on the potential short sell side. Had another zone here on a 15-minute, I think it was. Or 5-minute, 10-minute. I think it was a 10-minute, but either way, yeah, you just see how they just respect these zones over and over again.
On TradingView, is that the multi-time frame S&D order block?
Yeah. So yeah, and I actually adjusted this yesterday because normally when you hit reset, when you have those indicators on default, it wants to show like 500 bars of history. So what happens is it wants to show everything on the screen, and it ends up compressing your screen like this.
Yeah.
And I got sick of that. I got tired of it. So finally yesterday I learned how I could go and only show the last 3 or only show the last 100 bars so that it's not squeezing my price.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And I did the same thing with the master pattern and the order block. So yeah, now I can go to any time zone.
Well, the other setting, sorry, within the indicator itself.
The what now? I'm sorry.
Was that actually an actual setting within the indicator?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like on the master pattern indicator here, if I just open my settings, like this setting right here, that was set to 500 bars. And so it was just showing a lot of history and compressing the screen. So I just moved it to 200 bars. And then the same thing for the supply and demand order blocks. Let's see here. This number here was set to 15.
Okay.
So when you do that, it does that to the price. And honestly, I only really care about the previous couple zones anyway.
Yeah.
And that way I can zoom in and out and have a better understanding of my spacing.
All right.
So yeah, I was super happy when I finally figured that out yesterday. But
yeah, one of my indicators is doing the same, so I'll have to change that. Now I know what to do.
Yeah, quite often it's just a numerical value you got to fix. But yeah, I mean, just kind of finishing this out. I mean, euro dollar, I still have that as one of my top bullish. Actually, it's my number one bullish bias. So since we hit that overhead zone, yeah, again, I just want to wait for a little bit deeper retracement. I want to see how it reacts with these other zones to see ultimately which one gives me a bullish bias. And outside of the dollar pairs, looking at maybe a cross currency pair, something that's not as affected by this ADP number. That's what I'm going to be looking at on a 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute. And use the supply and demand zones all the same. Now I use it a little different. Like let me just pull up an example. Let's go Euro Japanese yen. I just want to take a look at that. So obviously uptrend on the daily, kind of going sideways on the 4-hour. So, by using supply and demand zones, I mean, it all works the same. I just might be I just might use the zone a little different. So, ultimately, if I go down, if I find the origin of a strong move up, like obviously this would kind of be the origin here, or you could also use this. I want to see at least 3 green candles coming out of that to show that zone has got some pretty good strength. So I'll still use the last red bar down like this. I'm just going to give it a little bit more of a wiggle room. I'm not going to be so precise because obviously the smaller time frames, the more volatility will affect it. So yeah, I mean, I'd essentially be looking at something like this on a quicker time frame. We'll see if something like that can hit, or we might even look at this zone here on a 5 minute. Let's take a look at this real quick. So yeah, Euro Japanese yen. Yeah, let me get rid of that anchored VWAP line. Yeah, I mean, I would essentially look at something like this for an intraday demand zone potential buy. So that's definitely something I'm going to see if we could possibly get a fill on here during the stream.
Okay.
So I'm going to put
set your alert.
Set me alert for that. Yep.
Cool.
Oh, by the way, TradingView, I don't know if you guys have noticed, they've got like an 80% off 4th of July sale. So anybody that uses TradingView and you're thinking about going up to the next level, maybe you want more alerts or different indicators, the 4th of July, it seems like they've done this the last several years. You can get anywhere from 60 to 80% off, and only reason I advertise that because everybody uses TradingView. So, but yeah, it's quite cheap if you want to go get a next package up or purchase into one. But that's probably my number one setup for now on this 5 minute time frame. So hopefully we can just get a simple bounce. I mean, come into here, let's get a buy to the long side and catch this. Take profit up in this area. On my higher time frames when I'm buying zones, I like to find that 15-minute zone. But since we're on smaller time frames, just give me like a 3-minute bullish candle, maybe a 5-minute bullish candle with some pretty decent volume coming out of it, and that'll be good enough for me because you don't get a lot of time. You don't really get a lot of time to verify on these smaller time frames. So quick touch, maybe a 1 or 2 or 3-minute candle with some volume behind it. And we'll look to take a long on it and put a stop loss below the green, below the zone. So I think that's it for the moment. I'll look at some other charts while you guys present your part.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. I was looking your side, Troy. Want to show us anything? Sorry, I'm just scanning through my charts here as well, so I don't miss anything.
Sure. Let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen. You see my screen now? Yeah.
There we go.
Obviously, I leave my drawings on from day to day, so nothing's changed from yesterday. The pattern itself does look toppy. It looks like we're just sort of running out of steam, at least price wise. However, volume wise, we're at least maintaining the volume of the last 3 days. So to me, that's a little bit interesting, except for the fact that, we're in summertime and volume is pathetic. So just when you look at this pattern, you start seeing that doji candle at the very top. You see today's is sort of a doji with a tail on the top as well. And anytime you see a tail candle or a wick candle specifically out of top like that, it's giving you a wick candle is representative of price rejection. And so, a doji the day before is indecisive, right? So the market's moving up, and then all of a sudden it goes, not sure. You get that, right? You get that doji candle there where the market really can't make up its mind. Does it want to go up? Does it want to go down? Is it slowing down to reload to go higher, or are we at a spot where, okay, it's too expensive we need to sell, and the inventory yesterday was negative. So yesterday there was definitely net selling into the price action. So inventory shrank yesterday, and I think that's some of the smart money moving to the sidelines for one of two reasons. Either one, we're getting close to a top, or B, we're getting close to a holiday weekend, and I don't want to hold positions through the weekend.
Yeah.
Especially with the, we Tiger talks about Trump a little bit and Congress. So we got Congress going on right now, but we've also got Trump came out I think it was yesterday, and said, we're going to stop talking to Canada. And then he also came out yesterday and said, well, I'm not even going to talk to Japan. I'm going to write them a letter.
Yeah.
And
congratulations. He said, congratulations. You can now pay X amount or whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to write him a letter. Congratulations, you're going to pay 30%, 35% tariff. If I'm the big boy and I've got billions of dollars under management, I'm like, it's my brain's saying, hey, cash may be a good spot right here. Because what happens if we do break to the upside? Okay, I miss a little bit of it. But if it breaks to the downside, I never want to give money back. I'd much rather have opportunity costs of not making money than giving money back, right? And remember, all your big boys, your mutual funds, the hedge funds, those guys get paid on profit, not on what they lost or how much they got in the market. They get paid on their profit. So they want to hold on to that profit. And I'm just thinking, man, if I am looking at this chart, I'm a big boy. I'm slowly moving to the sideline. I'm hedging my bet. I'll still keep some long, sure. And I still may be in the big names, particularly the Mag 7. But anyway, that's sort of what my brain's telling me when I see this. And if I start to see wicks up here at the top, you'll notice if you look at back, you see wicks like right in here. That's a signal that it's bottoming. They're getting price rejection. It can't go down any farther. It's rejecting. So if we go to other tops, and actually these are not good examples because these are such slow tops. But when we go back where you have a top, you will also have wicks. There's another wick sequence on a bottom. Very common to see wicks at a top or a bottom. And so maybe that's maybe these are really small wicks, but still that's what I'm thinking in my head. From a support resistance level, once we get above the all-time high, we're in no man's land. We talked about that yesterday, how we don't have volume, we don't have price structure to base anything on. We've got no prior behavior up in this area. So, it's kind of Fibonacci extension. It's, where you measure a run and then you project the run to the upside. So like this line right here, move this up a little bit to there and say, hey, where could go to the next swing low? There's where it's projecting based on that most previous run, right? You can start doing, but these are guesstimates at absolute best. Yes, we believe in market geometry, but market geometry seems to work a lot better with inside of an existing data range, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
When you project out in here, I mean, you're just taking a guess, really.
When you can look left and you can see some structure, or they use volume profile, all that sort of stuff, then for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I just see this as a topping. It looks like to me like it's topping. Now I know that if I make this even dial in a little bit so we can see more detail, that maybe this is the beginning of a additional, a new flag, something like this, right? And so this will be the new flag. And if we can get above that, we can really break out to the upside. I like to play the what ifs, what if, right? So you have a guesstimation. I think we got support here at this low volume node at 62.10. And we're definitely
Yeah.
going to have some resistance at those all-time highs and that high volume node at 62.73. But boy, once those are broken, we're in no man's land. It's look out above, or you could get this, the whole pump and dump that, a lot of people have been calling this a short squeeze that I've been reading. And I'm not sure that it is a short squeeze, but if it is a short squeeze, you would take out the high and draw in that last group of buyers and then dump it, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of my 2 cents worth on the ES. On the NASDAQ, let me flip to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is already at, well, it's very, very close to its all-time high. Oh, it broke the all-time high yesterday, I guess, day before yesterday. So we are, in no man's land already. It's a similar, obviously, I don't know of any NASDAQ 100 that are not in the S&P 500. So they're very, very correlated because the components are very, very similar.
Right.
Well, I don't know what the correlation is, but it's got to be 99 plus correlation between the two indexes. But again, same situation. Volume has been blah. This whole move up has been on downward volume. I'm a huge volume. I'm like obsessed with volume. So when there's no volume, I don't believe it. And that's another thing that's been hurting my trading through all of this. Is I don't believe this move, and so it makes it very, very hard for me to go long. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. Go.
I'll show you a bit later what the NASDAQ looks like. I mean, picture perfect. Even on a smaller time frame, looks like a head and shoulders forming with sort of like a rounded top formation. But anyway, I'll show you that later.
Shoulder here, head here.
Shoulder here, head here. Looks more like a troll.
Yeah.
Looking over a wall. Sorry, I interrupted you there, Troy. Did you want to show anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right. James asking another question. Maybe you can address that for us, Tiger.
Is there a reason why when dollar Japanese yen is bullish, all the yen pairs also becomes bullish and vice versa? Yeah, I mean, look, typically when one currency goes up, it's going to do it's, especially on a report release, that currency is going to go up or down with regardless of what it's paired with. The only question is how far. But yeah, that's really it. I mean, for the most part, the Japanese yen, I mean, the Nikkei will do the same. There's some reports that will do the opposite. I think the best example would be like here in the U.S., the CPI and the PPI. Well, when that goes up, that's negative for the stock market because that means we're paying more, paying higher prices on everything. But it's good and bullish for the U.S. dollar. So it's more of an inverse relationship, but all the other reports are fairly much the same. Whatever comes out, it's going to push both up or both down. But yeah, that's just typically the way it works. I mean, you compare the yen with the dollar, the euro, the pound, the Swiss franc, doesn't matter. It's typically all going to move up or down at the same time. Obviously depending on if it's the base or the quote currency. So,
do you think that also is related to interest rates in the opposite direction? As in, like today, the ADP report was horrible, right? Markets should go down on that, but the market's actually recovered nicely and is positive as we speak.
Yeah.
But is that because everybody's going, employment sucks, so the Fed will lower rates? So we're going to be bullish because the Fed's lowering rates.
Well,
how does that translate into currencies?
Yeah, well,
there's so many that affect currencies all the time. That's why it's not one of my favorite markets. Some guys are way better than I've ever been in it. I mean, there's so many factors in the currency side of things you've got to take into consideration. Yeah, I find these days with the indices mostly, it's all just about what the big talk's about, right? So the tariffs or interest rates being the main focus.
Yeah,
Whereas you've got two different currencies versus each other, and they crap in one country where the other crap in the other country, and they all play different roles. And the banks, obviously, that get involved. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents worth. I find it very difficult to trade currencies or try to read charts of currencies.
well,
But
and
that's why we
see,
got Tiger.
yeah, well, and that's why I like to look at all the economic factors as an aggregate, because yesterday is a great example, or last week. I mean, we had that negative GDP report. Okay, third month in a row. Really hurt the dollar. Yesterday we had the JOLTS job openings.
Well, it was very
and
bullish though.
raised the dollar.
Yeah.
And then today we had the ADP number and it drops. And then now it's obviously kind of rebounded. So, the big banks know that. They want to see which direction the retail traders are taking it so that they can manipulate it to the other side and collect that liquidity, create the liquidity, zones on the other ends of wherever price is kind of balanced out. So that's that's the trick. That's the game they play. I mean, they're creating that liquidity on purpose to confuse us, the retail trader, before ultimately moving the market in the direction that they want to take it, because they move the markets ultimately in the longer trends. I mean,
the market has been ignoring the bad news. I mean, just literally ignoring
irrational exuberance. Yeah.
And again, this is a great example of where bad news is good news, because if they think the Fed's going to lower rates, they cheer, right? And what I don't understand, this is where I have a big disconnect. If you say, why does the Fed lower rates? Because the economy is sucking and it needs to lower rates to stimulate the economy. That's what my macro economics say. So then, but you got all these people buying because the Fed's going to lower interest rates. And I'm like, you're missing the point. The point is that they're lowering interest rates because the economy stinks, right? It's so backwards. So, and I agree with Richard. When it comes to currencies, even with vast amounts of economic and background in that area, I still find currencies extraordinarily difficult to assess. So obviously I'm staying in my zone. I'm in the ES zone.
Yeah. Well, it is difficult because when you're trading stocks, or you're trading an index, or you're trading a whatever, it's that one item. When you're trading currencies, you gotta trade the relationship with two currencies. So that's where it can definitely get tricky, and that's why it's just good to because perfect example why I don't like to just anymore look at just the last report, because before I looked at stuff as an aggregate, I would have taken yesterday's and just bought without any issues. Yesterday's good report for the JOLTS job openings. Well, coming to today, and that would have wiped me out because I'm looking, just at the most recent report. So it's tough. I mean, look, it's not something that happens overnight. It takes time. Trading is definitely not a get rich quick scheme. It's not a slot machine like you go to the casino and play. So it just takes time to really kind of wrap your mind around all the way the markets work and how interconnected everything is worldwide, especially these days. So there's a lot to it, but just take a bite. It's just like climbing Mount Everest. Just take one step at a time. Just learn a new thing every day, even if you just want to see how the CPI report affects the dollar or the Japanese yen, and just kind of slowly go at it. And obviously on the technical side, the same thing. Just kind of look at how all the indicators work. Ultimately, you'll figure out your own algorithm, what's comfortable for you. That's why I said yesterday. Yeah. There's 1,001 ways to trade, but not every one of them are going to be suited. What's suited for Richard might not be suited for me. What's suited for me might not be suited for
personal preferences. That's for sure.
Yeah, so it just takes time. It's a journey, and it definitely doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah. Let's quickly look at my charts if you guys don't mind. Good morning, Robert.
Hello, Robert.
Right. Joining us again. Pre-work schedule.
Yep.
Yeah, funny, before I just jump onto the NASDAQ, the dollar index, this is a shift pitchfork in action here that I've actually drew when we started these live sessions for, I think it was another guy called James, not the one we have in the room today. Now, coming to think of it, because when I seen James here in the chat, it was like, I must look at the dollar index. I think we've done this around about, geez, when was it? March, April? And we can see now, and I had this little box there. So beautiful target, eventually been hit. Didn't short the dollar index. I'm not can't trade it, can you? I'm not even sure you can. But yeah, low median line, prices bouncing up from there. And this is how you can also use these pitchforks to, try and judge whether you might see now strength in, let's say, the euro US dollar, pound US dollar, whatever. It's interesting that you've shown your chart with the pound US dollar, Tiger, being in that zone, where it also correlates with the dollar index actually hitting a median line before, the reversal low in the pound US dollar, where we now get a small bounce on the dollar index. In any case, should price continue higher, it just gets raised up here. Then, this is a very far way to go. I don't think it will go that high. Maybe towards these lows, 98. But what's important about these median lines is that eventually when you do get a break of it, that's generally, in this case, if that would happen, a very bearish sign. And then you might have then your next target towards the lower 50% median line, around 93, which is also a fair distance away. Anyway, I don't trade the currencies. It's just be interesting to maybe keep an eye on this from time to time and see how price behaves with this median line. Are we going to get a jump higher here, or is it eventually going to break? And if it does break, maybe that just gives you a good confirmation that price is in fact getting lower and where it might actually gravitate towards. Anyway, I thought that's just a interesting thing to look at. Let's go look at the NASI. I'll show you my troll face I was talking about.
I can already see it.
There it is. I was actually mucking around with this a little bit earlier. Imagine looking at this troll. It's not a nice head and shoulders, right? It's like there's his eyes over there. Oh. It might become a very sad troll if price breaks this triple bottom there with his fingers here.
You give him some teeth.
Looking over the wall,
Yep, that's
and maybe you should get some sharp teeth going here as well. So a big scary troll. And I'm sure a lot of traders will be looking at that. I just thought that was pretty funny.
Trading chart art. It's a real thing. If you go Google it.
The thing on TradingView, huh? There's a lot of guys that actually do that. Doing chart art. I thought that was a little bit of an entertaining session. But anyway, back to the seriousness. Yeah. We've just broken these lows from yesterday, and these lows were set on the 27th, which was Friday's low. So it's sort of a bit of like I wouldn't say it's a triple bottom, but it definitely looks, if you just look at price patterns, like a little bit of a topping type of formation, very rounded topping formation with price that obviously moved lower. Very strong bounce upwards now. Asia session was slightly bullish. Then during the London session, price start moving lower. So now we smack bang in the middle between yesterday's low and the high of the Asian session, or slightly above that. So what to do? I've got, no bias here at the moment, to be dead honest with you. If, for example, we see a little bit of divergence between the ES and the NASI, that S&T formation that I've shown you guys before, or the technique that they call smart money technique that some traders use, then that might be an indication that price could continue lower. After making this double bottom, slightly breaking it, making a low with Friday's low, I think if it would revisit that and break it, then we might get an accelerated move down, and that might actually be the decline that we've been stressing about, or well, not say stress about, but that me and Troy has been sort of thinking, or worried about that it might occur. So not there yet, but it came very close. This might all just, in my opinion, just be a bounce higher. But where to is the question. If I want to short this, what should I do? I just got no clue. I can only look here at the technicals. We got a little sell order block around about 22,581. Again, this is looking at the CFDs, right? 22,598 in the upside. And above that, we got this red zone over here, which is a bearish fair value gap. So potentially, I'll be interested in the short, only if price, where's my rectangle, can get us sort of in this area over here. Get in it, maybe break above the London and the Asian highs, and then reverse lower. And if it does reverse lower and I've got a bearish S&T, it formed on either the 1 or 5 minutes, and sometimes if they don't show up there, then they can show up on the 15 minutes, 10 minutes, they can be on any time. The important thing is just not just to jump into a trade, but then to obviously wait for some sort of reversal signals, like inverted fair value gaps, or a what do we call a change in character, or price structure change, or whatever the case might be. Where price is currently on the NASDAQ, I don't know. I would like to see, if I want to short this, a break of these London and Asian highs, which is currently around about 22,602, about 22,600. Again, looking at the CFD, so the numbers will obviously be different on a future side of things. So I'm going to set an alert here, actually. And hopefully during the session, I'm just going to leave it on for today. Well, it's actually until 2nd August. It's quite long, but anyway, we'll leave it on there. And then I'll revisit this chart if price does make it that high. Quickly, before I pass things back to you guys, let's quickly look at crude oil. And we were talking yesterday about price being stuck in a range. It's pretty much now at the upper end of that range. I think I looked at this morning. But really, really nothing to do here for me at the moment. It's just running sideways, right? And it has done so since that decline ended.
You're still showing the NASDAQ.
All right. And now?
Yes.
There we go. So it's still stuck in the range. That's the awful range. And yeah, so I'm staying out of crude oil for the time being. So hopefully we see something set up on the NASDAQ. Price is pushing higher. And hopefully I'm not on the wrong side of things here again. But yeah, it's been a difficult one trying to short this market. But I think once it does crack, and I think it is going to crack at some stage, it's going to be playtime for Troy, especially.
Yes.
He's a closet bear. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. So I want to see something like this, like we've seen here during the Asia and the London session before I switch back to you guys. Slightly lower lows on the NASDAQ, and we made higher highs here on the ES. So SMT, bearish SMT. Right, so let's see if we can get that if price hits these areas and see what happens when price reaches it or breaches it. Ideally, I would like to see price put these highs and immediately start seeing a reaction lower. And then we can either switch to the 1 minute time frame if you want to be really aggressive and see if there is a presence of an SMT, see if we can get a bearish fair value gap to form, or bullish fair value gap that gets inverted. Obviously, it changes to inverted fair value gaps. What I want to say. Sorry, guys, I'm very congested. I don't know what the hell's going on, so I sound a bit weird, muffled.
Yeah, we got pretty
Good.
bad allergies here in the US.
But yeah, so that's what I'm looking at. Just the NASDAQ and crude oil for now. I'll show you a little bit on the where this the dollar index is standing at the moment. So yeah, back to you guys. I don't know how's that. Which market were you looking at, Tiger? Were you set in alert?
Which one did I just set? Take a look real quick. Oh, it was the NASDAQ on a smaller time frame. I think that was the one. Euro Japanese yen as well. Look here. Yeah, Euro Jap. So, yeah, if I share my screen for you, present, share screen. Just take a quick peek because it's actually coming down to my zone. So we'll see if we can maybe hit it. Yep, right there. I just kind of, nice. I basically made from the low point to the last red candle, which was that. So we might actually get a little close here. Get close to filling one. I like how when price left the zone, it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles. It was strong enough to wick above and break this top right here. Obviously, we're looking at this on smaller time frames. So, yeah, maybe if we can get a move in here, then I may be looking to take it. But obviously, I'd want to wait, get some type of confirmation. 1 or 2 minute, maybe a 3-minute candle. Or maybe even a 5. It all just kind of depends. Now, one other thing that helps to get a little bit more confirmation if a zone is going to work or not is, and I actually have a good example on the DAX because I'm paying attention to it right now as well. Let me just flip over here. So obviously I'm looking at the DAX now. It hit earlier this morning before I got on. It hit on a 2-hour. Okay, last red candle down before the big move up. Came down and flirted with it, didn't touch it, but came down again and just barely wicked in. But it moved pretty quick, so I missed it because I wasn't on top of it. I was doing my analysis, getting ready for the show, and I just so happened to miss it. But something else that I like to do from time to time is obviously you need a counter trend to come into your zone. So one extra confluence that I'll use from time to time, especially on one like this, because I have not traded the DAX near as much as I have, currencies and everything, is I like to put a line up here from that recent swing high and just kind of, go to the next point. And it's just good to see price. If I find my projection tool, I don't use it as much on here. There it is right there. Yeah, I want to see if it breaks that.
Okay.
Before coming back. Maybe catch an area down here before buying to the long side. I just do it on pairs or assets. I don't trade as much because, one thing about trading is you want to learn the character. You want to learn the behavior of especially in the currency market, you want to learn how they behave. A lot of currency pairs behave differently. What's a big move? A lot of pips on one currency pair may be small on another. So
yeah, I call that the personality of the pair, or the ES. Oil has its own personality, and you definitely want to watch it to try to pick up the differences in the personality versus some other. Gold sometimes trades a lot like crude, but not from a personality perspective. But crude's got its own, as I'm sure Richard can agree with me, crude has its own personality.
Oh yeah, big time. It's quite a wild horse. It can be. I think it was, who was it, James, that also trades gold, one of the other coaches. Oh, sorry, Walter. I'm talking about James. Walter, he likens gold to being a lot similar to Bitcoin, vice versa as well. This is quite interesting. Especially the techniques that he uses. Some sort of similarities to what I use, but it's very interesting to see how with his strategies and his setups, how gold and Bitcoin, move very similar. Obviously, they're not correlated markets.
Yeah, that's why.
Their behavior is very, very similar.
And I think that's partly behind why a lot of people will say, just, especially if you're starting out, just start with one, maybe two currency pairs as far as the Forex market's concerned, and just get really good at those. I mean, learn it, because once you learn it and you get good and comfortable with one pair, and then you flip to something else. Maybe, if you're used to euro dollar, then you flip to a Swiss Japanese yen or something like that. You're going to see it's totally different. Because they, and again, they all have their own ranges they move. I mean, that's why I like to stay away personally from the low ATR pairs. I mean, I want something that's going to consistently move and not just move like molasses, especially when you start getting down. And that's a big reason why whenever I've set up my watch list, I set mine typically with the majors on the top, anything paired with a dollar. But then below that, I'll start from the highest ATR all the way down to the lowest ATR, which New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
See New Zealand Swiss franc as an example. You see my ATR; it's only 43 pips a day. On 64 pips for New Zealand CAD, 78. So actually, I need to reorder this because it looks like some of them have kind of adjusted, and they do adjust from time to time. And that's why it's good to see the bar, the line, and just see if it is going down. Are people getting tired of it, or is that line going up because there's more and more interest? I mean,
so it will change from time to time, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I just isolate just the ATR for Swiss franc, pound Swiss as an example, I mean, you can see, there for a while it was 80 pips in the 80 pip range, and then there for a while it spiked all the way up to 150 pips of range, and then now it's since come crashing down to to the you can chart everything. Right, Troy?
Yeah, that's right.
Traders, I think it's very important to be very visual, right?
One thing I wanted to say earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of things, was that I've found over the years that trading with a partner or another trader a couple days a week is extraordinarily helpful, because just like we're doing with one person doing currencies, one person doing NASDAQ, one person doing, not only do you get an extra view, but you also are expanding, and you're not just getting a view, you're getting a professional view, right? And so it's like me, when I go in here, I get trading ideas. I'm like, I would never think about trading the euro yen, but that's a setup I really like, so I keep coming, looking behind me at my currency wall and thinking, okay, I'm going to kind of watch that, but I wouldn't normally do that except that we're in a group. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight that you guys do, and you maybe don't even realize that you're doing it, is whenever you give a tip on how to adjust an indicator on TradingView. I mean, I've spent hours screwing with the software trying to get it to do something. And I mean, we can all admit that, right? I'm like, I feel like sometimes I'm an idiot. I'll spend hours and hours to do one little thing, and it's like 3 clicks, but it took me hours to figure out that it was 3 clicks, right? And so it's a huge advantage to have other people who know the software or have a particular indicator. And I've written down both of those indicators that Tiger uses, and I'm going to go look at TradingView for the 80% off, because I know that the Project X that we're going to be getting for futures interfaces with TradingView. So I may need to make a switch from NinjaTrader over to one of these other softwares. And man, having you guys as a resource for, well, how did you do this? Makes a gigantic improvement, or, being able to do that.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, I've been trading with NinjaTrader for, very long time. I think back since 2014, 2015, something like that. If it's been around since that long. When it was
Well, I
still
hate to get
Ninja.
rid of it because I've got the lifetime license, you know.
Yes, I like with the drawing side of things, TradingView probably the most. You know, it's just so easy to use, and the accessibility. Um, you know, accessing it from your phone. Although I won't trade from my phone, but you know, if there's an emergency and you, let's say, you are trading with TradingView and connected to your broker, then which we're not, because well, I'm obviously executing on one of Hello Prime's platforms, but you know, at least for an emergency, you can access it from the phone. Just it's and they've been expanding quite big time, right, over the years. I don't know how many users they have at the moment, but yeah, I think you'll enjoy TradingView. It's very very easy
It's
to
the
use.
best. It's
To do. Yeah,
the best thing ever. When I first started trading, I think there was a free one called, what was it called? I think it was just called freestockcharts.com or something. And gosh, I used that thing for several months when I was cutting my teeth, and it just was the most basic thing ever. It was like, like an old
yeah,
box TV before the
yeah.
smart TVs came out, if that makes sense. But yeah,
Oh, we got a comment from Robert saying that he's also using NinjaTrader. Yeah, Robert, well versed in it. I believe Troy is still using it. So it's a great platform. I mean, for algorithmic trading, bots or whatever.
Well, I
I mean,
think,
that's pretty much.
but I
Is it
agree with
because
you,
of the
Richard. But I do think
language?
I do think that TradingView is sort of the taking over from all the reasons why you wanted NinjaTrader. TradingView is filling in the gap, and honestly, the number of indicators that's available for TradingView is exponentially bigger than the NinjaTrader ecosystem.
Yeah,
I mean, NinjaTrader has been around a long time, but
yeah,
and if yeah, I can't wait to. I'm gonna do. I'll probably do the premium trial on TradingView if it has footprint charts, because to me that's kind of my. If it has footprint charts, man, I'll switch over, because the other thing is that I think that Pine Script is actually easier to use than
yeah,
Ninja Script. At least that's
yeah.
what I'm seeing.
it's pretty
Um,
simple.
I'm hoping I can figure out a way to convert my my custom stuff on Ninja Trader over to
I
TradingView.
mean, the amount of jobs that's available just for guys wanting to convert their Ninja script to Pine script is just insane. You can go on like portals like Upwork or Fiverr, all those sort of stuff, the services that these guys offer, and they charge a pretty penny to do that. Obviously, I can't code, and a lot of people will, you know, fork out money to have it done. But it is, it's pretty interesting how they want it's when they have something that's been developed for NinjaTrader to, you know, have it converted to PineScript. I
Yeah,
haven't
I
really
don't.
seen the vice versa of that just yet. I mean, there's so many nice or great community-driven free indicators that you know are available as well, which is just another cherry on the top for me personally.
Yeah, and you can even use AI these days to just kind of tell it what you want. I mean, I kind of, because I don't know anything about coding either. I'm right there with you, Richard. But yeah, just
Yeah,
giving simple prompts to whether it's Chat GPT. I haven't tried. That's one thing I've used Chat GPT for instead of DeepSeek is just playing around with the PineScript codes. And yeah, you can make your own just by putting in the prompts. I mean, you don't even have to know the language anymore. Um,
yeah,
I mean,
right.
obviously, if you want to do it right and understand it or know that it's being done correct, obviously, it might be good to learn some of those languages. But
Yeah.
no,
If you
GPT,
Um,
AI is
we
changing
know
everything. It's crazy.
if you have that link to that 80% off, that would be awesome too.
Oh yeah,
just go to the website. It's pasted straight
Is
on
it?
top from
Okay. Okay.
tradingview.com.
wow.
Tiger,
Yes,
James is asking now the question: does anyone know why the pound is getting beaten up?
Governor.
I think
Yeah,
we touched on that in the beginning, right?
yeah. The dovish sentiment apparently
Rubbish from the Bank of England.
came out of their lip flapping session yesterday, and
Yeah,
I mean, let's take a look. I mean, let me just flip over here to this chart here. So yeah, the eco surprise meter, just an aggregate of all the economic reports put into a percentage. It's sitting at a 40%. So 50 is kind of the baseline. Anything above 50 is pretty well good for the currency. Anything below is a little negative, right? So clearly the one getting beat up is Japan. Now the dollar has officially went over 50 because it was down in the 40% level the last few weeks or so. But if we flip over to the UK, I'm sorry, that's the euro. UK. I mean, yeah, they had the PMI report come out yesterday. It was spot on. So that was a neutral sentiment. But you're looking at negative reporting from the GDP, the retail sales, and then the employment change reports. Now, the employment change, that's an old one, but that's the most recent employment change. But June 20th, negative retail sales. Look at the forecast for that, negative 0.5. It was an actual of negative 2.7. That's a huge miss. So, yeah, traders clearly didn't like the pound because of that. And then same thing with the GDP growth, middle of June. I mean, negative 0.1 forecast, but it was an actual of negative 0.3. So that seems to be the ones really weighing it down. But yeah, and again, that's probably why the governor of England was, so dovish. Right here, dovish comments of the Bank of England's Governor Bailey.
Yeah.
So just kind of a combination of those, recent couple bad economic reports, and then the lip flapping. That's pretty much it.
Talking heads.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you just get one or two good pieces of news come out, one or two good reports, and I mean the currency markets can flip. I mean the pound could turn around and go up, but for the time being, it's just getting a little beat up. If I flip. Yeah, let me just flip back over to the pound dollar, just as an example. So see, I did have that 4-hour zone. This is, I think I went over this first thing, but yeah, you add that into the combination of the running into the overhead supply. So anytime you hit a supply or demand zone overhead on a higher time frame, it's going to react. Now, I have this upper trend line. So clearly it's been great overall since, what is that? Yeah, middle of January. So right before Trump got into presidency. I mean, I'm not saying that's why it started going up, but if you look at it in the context of the whole year, the pound is strong. But what he's talking about is this recent move, for the last 12 hours or whatever it's been, but just bouncing off that overhead resistance points. And then the lip flapping. That's why I avoided that. I mean, that zone was right on a 38.2 level, but because it hit that overhead resistance, because of the dovish sentiment, I just ignored that zone right there. And clearly it chewed through it like a hot knife through butter. I didn't get a single bullish 15-minute candle like I like to see. It had a lot of volume when it hit down here, but everything was red. So that kept me safe. So, that's why I'm just looking for the next zone. I mean, if it comes down here, then that's a complete retracement of this swing low, swing high. And it's pushed farther enough away from that overhead resistance. So I'd feel way more comfortable hitting, especially, let me get rid of that old zone since it doesn't count anymore. But yeah, I mean, updating my trade plan for the pound dollar. If I get price to come down, maybe go a little sideways, come up, come down. If I can hit the demand zone and also hit where that line came through, then that's just extra confluence. That overall up trend line that I put in, going right through that demand zone. So excellent. That's basically what you call an odds enhancer. So obviously my main thing is catching those unfilled orders. But if I can get other odds enhancers in my favor, it's gonna make me feel more comfortable about 0.5% risk. Maybe you bump it up to a 1%. But then not to mention things like the VWAP. That's a little far away, but if we look over here on a 4-hour, I mean, we could probably look to put in a VWAP line at some of these swing lows.
Do you
right there?
Do you change your size based on confluence?
The size? Yeah, I kind of range right now between 0.2, 0.5. I'm pretty conservative. just like most people, I blew an account early on because I wasn't paying attention to the risk. So that's one thing I really hammered into myself was get
Only one
bored.
account.
Get bored making money, and when you get
Yeah,
bored
yeah.
making money, then you can start increasing those risks. So.
Well, like it's just an example. One of my, when I say the word confluence, it's two or more, and those are completely independent of each other. Like, for instance, a trend line that's based on lows versus a demand zone versus a Fibonacci retracement. You start adding those in, and you get that nice, juicy confluence.
Yeah.
And the question that I have for you is, I tend to, it makes me more aggressive. So maybe I don't wait until it hits my actual entry. I get in a little early. And then when it comes down to my number, I get in some more. And it goes below my number and I get in some more. Do you use the confluence as a way to, enhance your size, or do you just say, no, I'm not going to get sucked into that. I'm going to just take the minimum size and add to the position as it gets more profitable? Or, how do you size based on confluence?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of right now I'm just staying between the 0.2, 0.5. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say, because ultimately all I care about are the unfilled orders. Now, the confluences just help me to sleep easier at night.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Or it might maybe help me to feel a little more comfortable holding a trade over the weekend. Obviously right now it's crazy just because it's nonstop news, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect me a ton. It just helps. I mean, like right here, perfect example. Obviously we put the swing low, swing high on the fib. So that's another confluence. The 61.8's going right through that zone. We got another dynamic support line on this, on my master pattern contraction box. That's a major box, pushes out that contraction line, or that fair value line, right? Another confluence is the strong fair value gap coming out of that zone. Another confluence is price didn't spend an exorbitant amount of time at that zone before it left. Another confluence is on this swing low, I put my anchored VWAP, and you can see how it kind of respects. And then that's going to ultimately, if I draw that in, it's ultimately going to go right through that area as well. Right? It's just like this. So that's another confluence. I mean, the more confluence, the more what I call odds enhancers or confluence that you can add into your favor, the better. Ultimately, you don't want to go over, of course, everybody will tell you a different thing. Never bet more than 2% of your account on any one trade. I mean, that was one thing that we were taught in the academy.
Yeah.
But they basically said, just, as far as when you're first starting, because I know we'll have a lot of new people on this channel. I mean, just start at whatever the lowest your broker allows. Maybe that's a 0.01 lot or a 0.1 lot or whatever, as far as the currency market is concerned. But yeah, just do 10 trades. Once you have a decent winning percentage and you're seeing tiny profits, the ripple effect starts to take hold whenever maybe you go back up to 0.02 or 0.2. So just slowly increasing your lot size in the currency market, or your share price if you're trading stocks or whatever. Don't move it until you get bored making money. That's what that's what I was taught. So whether that's 10 trades, whether that's 20 trades, just start off at the lowest that your broker allows, and then just slowly build up from there. That's essentially what I did. I mean, I started at the point.
Well, that's good overall advice, but you didn't answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, you're basically saying that it doesn't really matter how much confluence you are. You're going to stick with your standard size.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. I mean, anywhere from 0.2 to 0.5. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
It just depends on a few factors, but yeah, ultimately, for my taste, for my comfort, supply and demand.
Gotcha. Nice. I just want to quickly share my screen again.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm hogging the space.
No.
No. I mean, obviously, Tiger and I get going back and forth, and Richard, you're just hanging on for the ride. So we want to see your stuff, Richard.
Yeah,
we really do.
I'm trying to deal with this congestion that I've had all of a sudden. I'm trying to breathe. So that's why I'm not talking too much. I do apologize.
Oh, yeah.
You guys keeping me entertained as always. So all good with that. Yeah, so that alert went off on the NASDAQ. Price has now taken out the London and Asian highs. Been pumping upwards, right? Clear to see. Is it sort of like a
You're trying to
body
catch
strap or something?
You're trying to catch the knife that's falling in the opposite direction.
That's right.
Yeah.
The rocket.
I'm interested still in that area that I've drawn. I'm probably just going to upgrade it or widen it a little bit more. So if I can see any substantial weakness within this area currently that I've drawn there, then I might be interested in taking a short. We still have 15 minutes left on today's session, so I really hope something sets up that we can show you guys. But again, I'm not going to force things here. If we do look at if there's an S&T prevalent on between the NASDAQ and the ES, then between these highs I've said during the Asian and London, NASDAQ's at obviously punching new highs there, where the ES isn't just yet. But it's still early days, guys. We really need to start seeing, if I want to take a short here, some clear signs of selling pressure coming in. Otherwise, an SMT is not an SMT until the one catches up, right? Yep. So that's why you don't just go and look at that. You want to obviously start looking at the break of price structure. Things like this, for example. Where's that drawing tool gone? You make higher highs, high lows, higher highs, high lows. Price breaks structure, right? Price structure change. Obviously, this is now just shooting up to the sky like the NASDAQ typically behaves these days. So I would like to either see a price structure break, but there's no real price structure on this move to the upside currently. What I mean by that is just a one-directional move. Price is not zigzagging nicely like that. So that's out of the window. What else can I look at for potential signs of weakness? We got a nice big green fair value gap that just printed there on the 5-minute. If price can give us, for example, a bearish engulfing, break that fair value gap, although I must say that fair value gap will only be confirmed at the close of this current candle, and there's still 2 minutes left on it. So if after this candle closes, there's a green zone remains there, fair value gap, and price breaks it to the downside, that might be an early indication that we could see a decline. What would be even nicer if we break that fair value gap, since price is in a area of interest for me, and another, let's say, bearish fair value gap forms, then I'll take a stab at it. But I'm gonna, just like Tiger does, probably take a very, very small position on it and see if we could ride it back to today's lows. But I'm probably sounding very optimistic.
Gotta will it.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows?
These are the days I lose money on the NASDAQ because I don't need a reason to go short. I just love it, you know.
Yeah, and you love it. So at least you're on my side there.
Like I took a quickie while you were talking because you talked me into it. I made a quick 10 ticks but I will say I did it on the micro contract. So you know I made $5. Whoop-de-doo. But you know I just couldn't stand it. You're talking about it. I'm like I gotta take it. I gotta take it. You know. But if you wanted to try to talk me into a long, you'll have to pull both arms behind my back and you know,
We know
beat
you're a
me
closet
to take a long trade. So I have to fully disclose that, you know, I am definitely on the I'm the short trader, definitely short side
I
trader.
don't have to convince you, right?
No, no, no. If you go, I
That's
think
good.
I like this short, and I'm like, in. That's what. That's just the way. That being said, like I said, for it, I even though I recognize that I have a distinct weakness, even in an up market, I'll continue to short, and I will make money if I'm disciplined. It's whenever I get bullheaded
Yeah.
and say no, it's not going to go any farther, and I add to the position, you know, that sort of stuff. It just runs over me. But even whenever it's going up, there's still pullbacks, and I usually I'm very good at making money on those small pullbacks. But I'm willing to take, you know, five to seven ticks on the ES. You know, you don't care if it goes farther than that. You just, because you know you're going against the trend. But I'm trying to work through whatever is going on in this head to try to go long. And that's a struggle. I mean, all of us have struggles, right? That's my struggle is trying to take those long trades. At least when you're at market highs, it's like I'm just drooling to go short. I'm sorry.
I love it.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thinking about this New Zealand Japanese yen buy.
You want to share a chart?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that real quick. It's moved a little farther away but there's a couple ways to really trade supply and demand. Like on this New Zealand dollar, Japanese yen trade, it is in the middle. Let me see here. I believe it's a 4-hour zone, but I don't know why I drew it like that. Oh, I think, okay. That's what I did. So this is obviously a 4-hour down candle before the push up. You can see to the left, I got a little bit of a minor contraction box with the value line coming out. So what I did is, if I can just zoom in on it a little bit, you know, I typically go from wick to wick, or sometimes depending on the way it's shaping up, I might take my zone to for a demand zone, I might take it to the proximal line, or I'm sorry, the top of the real body. And sometimes you can even take your zone to just the wick by itself. But this is just more a matter of preference, depending on how wide you want your zone. I mean, if it's like a big fat candle, I might just go to the top of the body for my zone. Or if it's a smaller candle, obviously incorporate the whole wick, which is typically what I do anyway. But anyway, yeah, having said that, it's given a little bit of an opportunity. I mean, even if we went down to a 1 hour, I mean, the top of the wick on that last red candle, the price did touch it. Okay, so, but in the middle of flapping our lips, it was one of the pairs I didn't look at. So it's kind of essentially started to run off and leave. But what I was going to say is, if as far as getting into this trade, I mean, the obvious stop loss point would be, just below, right? Like that. But essentially, another way to trade this is, rather than incorporating the whole zone, if it's kind of running off and leaving, you could always get into the trade and put the stop loss just under the candle itself, right, as it's wicked in. So we'll go ahead and take a quick stab at this New Zealand dollar, Japanese yen, and obviously we would look to take profit up in this area somewhere. So before I do that, I want to make sure what my profit target would look. So that's 31 pips, 36. So it's not quite a good risk reward, because I'm not even to 2 to 1. I don't like to take 1 to 1s, 1 to 1.5s. I prefer 3 to 1 risk reward ratio. So that just barely almost being 2 to 1, I'll probably just skip that. So yeah. Okay. Now that I look at that, I mean, we can look to the top here, but it's not going to add much more. 2 to 1, it's just not that attractive. I would prefer that to be a 3 to 1. So yeah, I'll go ahead and skip that for now.
Yeah, I mean, very important, right? Risk reward ratio. You want to get paid, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to 1 to 1.
And you know what's sad is that most traders do the opposite of what you do. They got in and then they look at their risk reward instead of going, is this a high probability trade? Is it 2 to 1? Is it 3 to 1? And then pulling the trigger.
Yeah. And not to mention the overhead supply. Now, obviously, you know, the higher time frame overhead supply, that would make it a 3 to 1 in this area, but it's this immediate resistance that's throwing me off, because look how many times it hit. I mean, you know, it kind of hit here, and then not to mention all this sideways, all this topping. So clearly that level is strong right now. So
But
I don't want a chance a 1 to 1, seeing if I can get a 2 or 3 to 1.
Well, and it's obviously not the optimal entry now.
Yeah, exactly. It's run away. Now, obviously, if I would have just touched and bought, let's take a look here, what that would have been. If you know, just a touch entry, I guess 25 pips to the top up in this area. That's 63, so 25, 50. I mean, that's still about a 2.5 to 1. I just prefer 3 to 1, especially with all that overhead resistance. So great example of what I think I posted yesterday. Some of the best trades we'll ever have are the ones we do not take. So always look at your stop loss. Always look at your take profit and make sure it's going to pay you. I mean, that's really the important thing, is just make sure it's going to pay you. 3 to 1, 4 to 1s. That's really where it's at. That's all I got on that.
Come on, Richard. We got to take that short, man. It's killing me.
Yeah.
The whole world is watching.
I think it's almost getting there, and we're in that zone. I'm going to take a small stab at this. We are seeing an SMT. Let me just share my screen before I talk too much. We're still at 3 minutes. We do have.
They're going to put us in Congress since we're speaking so much.
A bearish SMT here, although I think it can go higher, but we're sitting here with 2 bearish order blocks above price. Price just entered into it. Not really any signs of weakness as of yet, but as I said, I'm going to take a very small trade here, and if it pays off, it pays off, right? If it doesn't, then so be it. Gonna use a stop above these clusters of highs and actually place a target order all the way at today's lows. Now that translates onto my execution platform. Obviously prices look a little bit different there, right? We're on the 5 minute. This is also just another indication of how prices change between different brokers, especially if you trade CFDs. But this is one heck of a strong move to the upside. And as I want to do this, it's just continuing higher and higher. Ooh, what to do?
It's awful strong. Awful strong. It's awful strong, but I'm right there with you.
That's what you typically like doing, right? So
yeah,
shorting into that strength, and if you do get a reversal, then you know, hopefully on the right side of it. But let's do this. I'm going to take a new order, 5 minutes. I'm just going to place my stop a little bit further away. I'm going to go very small here.
Well, my Nikkei is totally reversed into the green, so that's good.
I mean, you just sit back and you go, okay, we had a negative 33 on the ADP report, negative 33,000, and jobs contracting, lost, and the market's going up. It's just nuts. It is so nuts.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy. It just shows you how short-memoried people are. A lot of people.
There's your break right there, buddy.
Oop, oop, oop.
Did you get in?
I'm hitting go. Here we go. I'm in.
Wow, it's already into the stream.
It is. Look, it's gonna crack a whip now. We still got a minute, guys. We could probably stay on for just one more minute. But anyway, that is the trade set up right towards the end of our stream. But I had to be patient. Hopefully, it works out. We ran these highs during the formed during the Asian session and the London session. Again, we earn a bearish order block just being tagged. I mean, there's a lot going on in this chart at the moment. Can't really see that clearly.
Yeah, they'll say they finally filled my order. You know, I hit them hard.
So there we go. I'm sure the NASDAQ target stop loss will go above this zone. I still have to go and change that. We have
my 10,000 contract order got filled there.
Thanks for helping me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, everybody, give Richard the rug pull.
Richard, the man.
All right, guys. So there we go. Short the Nazi. I'll probably give you an update. I'm back on tomorrow again. Are you guys back tomorrow?
Yeah. I'm on the first stream tomorrow, and then Friday I got the second stream. It sounds like she moved me to the second stream for Monday or for Friday.
Cool.
I'll see you guys
Independence Day.
Next week. I'm on Tuesday, Wednesday, the third session.
Okay. Well, enjoy your weekends, guys. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Ty. But Troy, enjoy.
Good seeing you this week, Troy.
Yep. See you. Thanks, guys.
Good one, huh? Cheers, everyone. To all of you, thanks for watching. Take care. Stick around for the next round of coaches. Until next time, take care. Goodbye.
Hello. Is it just me? Michael. Here he comes. The anticipation. Hello, Michael. Can you hear me okay? And we're just waiting for Michael to get his internet running a little bit better. Are you with us, Michael? Can barely see you.
Hey, there you go. How are you today?
All right, good. We're here. Good, good, good. What have you been up to? Any good trade setups today?
Oh, can you hear me over there, Paul?
Yeah, there's just a massive delay. Massive delay. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
It's happening right now.
Hi, Lola. Thanks for joining us. So what have you been looking at today, Michael? Anything interesting?
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's just really delayed.
Delayed. Not sure what's going on. Okay, I think we might be good now.
Okay. Okay, so how are you getting on today? Any setups, any trades you're looking at?
I'm doing great. Slow morning, not too much going on. I know this is going to be a crazy week with NFP, and then we got the bank holiday on Friday, so kind of taking it easy, more or less. I haven't actually really had any solid, clean setups, to be honest. I had one that was kind of close today, but it ran during the 8:15 news, of course. Go figure.
Yeah.
So,
Well, let's have a
yeah,
look
it
at that
wasn't the
one.
best at all.
There are. You're right. It's a
Yeah.
bit slim pickings at the moment, but so I think we can look at trades which are doing well and not doing well. I think at the moment, so we can tell people what to avoid. So,
Yes.
do you want to show us that trade which got away, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. So typically, what my I said I can't trade away from it, but I was not have jumped ahead of me, and it did. So let's see. Can you see the screen?
Not yet. Still struggling with the connection, but you're not yet. No.
Okay, seems like it's trying to get better.
Okay, I can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this was I was looking at yesterday, and it went, of course, as you can see, but it went during news, which again I can't. My process is I don't jump in front of red folder news. I've been beat up way too many times doing that, so I don't do it anymore, right? So as you can always see, my
voter
same
news.
exact process is always.
Is that what you said? Red voter news.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, no, the red folder news, like on Forex Factory.
Oh yeah. Got it. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
No worries. So yeah, I typically don't take trades until after that. So I always like for it to be 8:30 news, more or less, and then around 9 o'clock when I get that 4-hour confirmation, then I like to jump into trades after that. But if there's red folder news before that, I don't jump in. It's just way too risky. But yeah, as you can see here, we got this M top, obviously. Now this trade was a little bit different because it did touch the 200 EMA. So I'll just type this up here. So seeing that we have this peak top, let's say I'll just put in, oops, why is this still doing this? Okay. My caps lock on? No, okay. Touch to the 200 EMA, question mark, then it means equals, and I'll just put a money trade, right? And I'll just put again, touch to the 200 EMA. No. I guess I should have put yes first. We put no, then that is a master trade. All right, and then here I'll just put yes. Right, so in this case, price did touch the 200 EMA, right? So we had our beautiful, everything about this was nice. I was all over this trade, and I was really hoping that they didn't do exactly what they did, which is run without me. But this is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So we got our 1350 cross here. right? And then as you can see, price touched the 200. So I was waiting for this pullback, right? So we got this first leg here, came down, second leg. And man, when I tell you, like right around 8 o'clock hour, I was ready. I'm like, please don't drop. And what do? They dropped the whole thing.
Hey.
Parabolic move to the downside immediately.
Well, you shouldn't have said please don't drop, because
Right.
just tempted.
I should have said please drop, please drop.
Yeah.
They would have did the opposite. Right. But yeah, this was a nice move. Like, man, everything about this was really nice. We had the outside the band here. This next leg was inside the band. We had the market baseline went below the static. Because remember, on the money trades, there's no reload needed. The reload is only needed on the MRWs off the 200. Now, although this is an MOW, what it looks like this is an M off the 200, the MRW off the 200 really occurs when the 50-200 EMA crosses, which, as you can see here, it did not. So this doesn't qualify as a level 2 move. This is still a level 1 move.
Yeah.
Right. And reason being is, again, on the level 1 moves, we have the 1350 cross. So we're in level 1. And then I'm looking for that bounce. Oops, BOU.
Bouncing.
Yeah, exactly. I say all the time, I think I type way too fast and I can actually spell, and that happens all the time.
For sure.
So yeah, this is the bounce trade right now. Now you see, if we look here, and I'm just going to move this just to make this easy. If you look here, the 5200 has just crossed, like literally just now. So that's the clue in that this move was in level 1 and not level 2. Right. So super close to taking this. And I didn't miss this trade. That's why I liked what Walter said yesterday. Like, I want to say I missed it. Per my rules, I didn't miss anything, right? Like, I can't take trades before the news. Because today this worked out, right? And I'm like, man, you know, it kind of sucks. But man, oh man, there's been a million times where I get greedy and I jump in before the move happens, before news, and I get eaten alive.
Yeah.
So
I was having the same conversation today with a student, and I mean, it was a different sort of deal, but it was ultimately front running. So basically, in that particular chart, the price action was still within a descending channel, just below resistance. It looked like it was getting squeezed. You know, it was giving, you know, the RSI was giving front run signals that he'd broken out the pattern on that, but it was still front running. It's still not waiting for bullish confirmation. And I was just like, I said, look, let's just zoom out. Let's just copy this chart. Because I mean, there's so many lines. It was like you couldn't see the forest for the trees. And I said, right, we've already entered some positions. And I said, right, just back up, right? Let's just get some perspective and look at the whole thing. And then once we looked at the weekly and just we had just only horizontals, right? And then we looked at the weekly, just the horizontals. We had a much clearer idea of what was actually going on, and that we really had just entered just below resistance, right? And it's like, I mean, you do it because especially when there's not many trades, right? Especially when you're trying to find, it's frustrating. You're like, you know what? It's half an M. It's half an M. It's fine, right?
Yeah,
it's like, it's so difficult.
I say that all the time. You're squinting one eye, turning your head sideways, trying to make something out of nothing. It's like, no, there's nothing there.
You got to wait. You always have to wait for confirmation, right? Always.
Yep. And it's just a much smarter thing to do, right? Because again, no strategy is 100%. So even with that being said, let's say you have a super high hit rate and your strategy is 80%, which is ridiculously high. You should be making boatloads of money. That still means you're going to lose 2 of them, right? Like 2 of them are just going to lose. And then on the flip side of that, there's going to be times where you're not supposed to enter the trade and it goes. That's only about 20% of the time. And it goes your way. So when I look at something like this, I'm saying to myself, this is that 20% of the time where it just happens to go, right? I like to use the analogy, even a broke clock is right twice a day. Like you literally happen to be looking at the clock exactly at the time that it's stuck on. That doesn't make it right.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm interested to see like because you were talking. How would you categorize the current hesitation in the market? Is hesitation the right word? I mean, is it trepidation? I mean, what do you think's going on from your perspective, right? I mean, what do you think people are, I mean, I struggle to keep on top of everything. I just look at price action. It's like look at Bitcoin last week. It just did absolutely nothing. And I'm like, so what's your perspective on the general markets, Forex and everything at the moment, based on everything we know which is going on at the moment, which is there's a huge bill in the United States. We're hoping wars pick up again. There's potential issues with the Fed brewing. I'm like, what's your perspective on this?
Yep. And I think that's the exact word to use, right? Trepidation. And I'm part of that group, right? Because it's just these things where it's like, all right, it's kind of settled down, and trading to me is just like any other sport, a high performance sport. There's offense and there's defense. You don't always need to be playing offense. Like you can probably still lose the game, right? So there's this constant ebbs and flow of playing offense and playing defense, right? I've been on offense for, I want to say 6-8 weeks in a row, right? Yeah. This now is looking like defense time, right? And I tell everybody this like all the time. I'm pretty open about this. With, again, all of this Fed stuff, this war thing going on. We just ended Q2, going into Q3. We got NFP on Thursday. We got a bank holiday on Friday. Summer is kind of like really kicking in, right? And it's just that volume of that element of maybe volume just a little bit less than it would typically be. So this week I'm actually taking it really, really light. Like Monday, Tuesday, I didn't really I had a trade on Monday. I'm sorry. I took CAD yen short. But yesterday, I didn't take anything. Today, I didn't take anything. Tomorrow, I'm not going to take anything because it's NFP unless something is super perfect. And then Friday, I'm definitely not taking any trades, right? So, like, for me, I'm just interested in coming back on the 7th. Come July 7th, that first week of Q3 is kind of out of the way. The holidays out of the way. All that madness and unsurety, it should be, I'm hoping is, has died down. And let's get back to the money on Monday. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm writing Monday off as well because I'm going to presume everyone's going to be a little bit hungover. All right.
Yeah, I can see
I'm
that.
not trading that. Someone just had a bright idea when they woke up in the morning after like 3 days of drinking. I'm like, I'm not trading.
Yeah. Said no. We've seen that way too many times before.
Yeah.
And I just typically I try my best not to go too crazy. Things are a little bit different here in Mexico, so it takes that extra level of discipline. Lucky I have it, but you can easily get wrapped up into all of the fun stuff because there's places here that literally every day looks. If you handle this wrong, so to speak, like this life, I'd say every day could be a vacation for you. Next thing you know, 3 months has went by. You drank tons of tequila. And ate 1,000 tacos, and you're like,
you accidentally took over the beach, and then you wake up 3 months later. Like, yeah, I get it.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
I know. It's very impressive that you're here every day.
Yeah, it takes a lot, right? Like I tell myself, all right, I get one good day on Saturday, and even then, like, don't do nothing stupid, right? Like, and even just the drinking, like, there's a lot of fun stuff to do here. We got cenote, so don't go trying to do triple backflips off the highest part of the cliff into the water, Just
well, you know what? I'm going to be honest, right? I'm, we've been because obviously we've been talking about like we want to make sure. Like, I'm testing webcams out at the moment, right? Just this one's right, just some lighting. But what is better? There's no better lighting than the sun, right? There's no better. So I'm not sure anyone would have any issue with you doing this on a beach, right? Because
exactly.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, look. I am. I have a beach near me, but it's like so the beach near me, and I'm just moving close to it this week. it's in the northeast of England. So even though it's a lovely beach, it's not a Mexico beach, right? It's not one of those, right? It's just too many seagulls and a little bit of litter, right? That's the beach I've got. So
All right.
look, I am in a trade, so let's just have a quick look at that before we move on. I mean, so let's have a look at Bitcoin. Let's have a look at my trade, then we'll have a look at Bitcoin, and then we can go back and forward. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, cool. Right, so let's look at Bitcoin, and then my trade in Bitcoin, then we'll hand back, and we'll just do it that way. Keep it interesting, so no one's listening to any one of us for more than 10, 15 minutes, which is always trying for people. Right, so this is theta. Now, I was talking about this yesterday, and on Monday at the start of the week, and I'm in this trade, and it's just about to hit the take profit. Now, this trade I did initially put on the Hola Prime account on Monday, but for some reason, I don't know what happened. It just hasn't. It just the buy order is off, so I don't have it on the Hola Prime account. But I'm on this on a leverage trade on a lesser platform, and this is the setup essentially. So we had this breakout, and it's 3x leverage. So this is going to give me it's going to give me about, I think, 17-18% in a minute if it comes in. Let's just zoom in. I think it may have hit already, so that's nice. So the idea of this trade was just to zoom out big picture for people to have a look at. Now, trading conditions at the moment in the altcoin market is pretty rough. It's pretty rough, and it's a very difficult to find these moments, these moves which you can capitalize on within your criteria for a trade, you know, making sure you're not compromising anything. Very difficult to kind of plan this. So for example, there was 2 tokens on Monday I was looking to enter a trade on. It was Trump USD and Theta USD. Now, when I looked at Trump, we had essentially this very meager breakout, right? We didn't surpass any of the previous highs. And it was just no volume, and the stock RSI was cooking. And I said at the time on Monday, this is rolling over, right? And when you think about where are the buyers going to show up? Well, when you've got long-term support just below the price action, they're not going to enter here. They're going to wait to enter here, right? So, and this is a great place to enter for Trump token, especially because it's a meme, because the only strategy which I can really offer you for trading meme coins successfully is to, I mean, I use this metaphor to describe meme coins, and it's obviously a bit of a joke, but if you imagine a meme coin as a 19-year-old gamer who's sitting in his gaming chair in his basement, who just plays 24/7, right? And then every now and again, every few months, he will get up and run outside. And this is a meme coin, right? Memes will then just get out and run outside just for a minute, and then they'll just come back and sit down again, right? And this because you can't, it's very difficult to chase this because it's so volatile. It's like there's no retest entry, there's nothing, right? So for me, the best way to trade meme coins is to just buy it like hard support, right? And then just hold it, right? And if it drifts up, drifts down, whatever, and then if it moves like this, then you're in play. But trying to catch these flying knives, so to speak, is really quite challenging. But so this particular setup wasn't quite ripe. Whereas this is the level I'm looking more for Trump. And then that made me, of course, look at Theta, and this is why you should compare setups. And I think, right, so actually Theta is showing me what I want. It has surpassed the previous high, which is bullish, and it gets more attention. And now with the flip side of the pattern, meaning this is a first touch, right? And it worked flawlessly, presuming it fulfills for me right now, which I think it has. There's a slight disparity on the different exchanges. But this is the one I think I'm on. Yeah, perpetual futures, MEX. Yeah. So this is the game, and I'm not hanging around for wait for it to come up here. We've got a moving average here. There's a lot of selling activity here. We've got a resistance line. I'm waiting for that because Bitcoin's a bit hesitant right now. So it's going to be in first bounce. I was watching this lesser moving average to see how the candles interacted, and if I got a rejection here, I would probably have taken profits here. And then there's an argument for having. I'm always the one who's telling people to use less leverage. Right, I'm always the one because, you know, you should be looking at. I was looking at my liquidation point all the way down here. That's perfect, but it also means I can increase my leverage a little bit, right? And it's perfect for these kind of tiny little moves to capitalize on. But I left it quite moderate with leverage, and then this is the move, and I'm either out now or I'll be out in a minute, and that'll be my last trade for the week. And as a spot trade, that would have been about 6.7%, and with a bit of leverage, there you go. And that was the play, but I'm out because it's not the season to be like, I'm waiting for this.
Right.
It's just not the season for that, right? So, I mean, any thoughts on that, Michael? Would you do differently? Would you have done something different?
Yeah, everyone always think that that's going to happen like right away, right? Like soon as I get in it, they think it's going to the moon. It's like, dude, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the great entrance. Here we go, rocket. No, it's just like, that's just not how it works, right? It's just
right. Like they were waiting on you specifically the entire time to go to the moon or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you've arrived. You've opened the door. We've been waiting for you. Now we can go to the moon. Put your seatbelt on. I'm like, no, that's just, it's not how it works. And, you know, the reality is that with the market the way it is, you know, you have to presume, right? You have to presume it's going to do this, right? And I'm just trying to just capitalize on a first bounce, exhaust this set of buyers, then I'm gone. That's it, because that's the only play, right? And I'm a midterm holder by nature, right? That's how I've made most of my capital, through midterm holds, but you know, which would be buying down here and holding up here. But the market is just not giving us anything, because you can see that this is the state of it, right? We're just like, this is price action. This is just stagnation, right? And therefore, it's like, unless you see something different, I mean, this moving average in the way. I mean, who's going to think it's going to the moon with this moving average in the way, right? And this is the whole thing, but that's theta, and I think that's just come in, so that's a successful trade for me. I'm not quite sure what happened on the Hola Prime account, but I'm sure that was mine. But let's just check in with Bitcoin. Okay, and Bitcoin 2-hour chart, fresh little look, cleaner little setup. We have this inverse head and shoulders, potentially about to be confirmed. Now, just for perspective, let's just check out. This is all-time highs. This is 112, right? So we're not far off, okay? Any move from here could quickly take that out, right? So there's one potential bullish pattern in play. And if you're thinking, of course, of trading Bitcoin, then this would be the play, you know, something like that, come in here, right? Really straightforward. But it depends if you're using it as a barometer for altcoin trades, which makes it a little bit more difficult. So say you want Bitcoin to be breaking out of here, surpass this previous high, and then come back down for a retest entry of the neckline, right? And that's a solid premise, right? There's nothing wrong with that. The range is a bit ambiguous, right? If we look very carefully, there is a bit of a range here, right? So just caution. So it might not be a hard buy. You might want to just come in a little bit, maybe catch a wick, right? But that's the play, but hasn't happened yet. And we talk about this hesitation in the market. We've got to wait for a signal. We need to wait for something. And sure, you know, you could come back down here and wait for another test of the moving average, but we've already had test number 1, and test number 2 probably means it's going to break lower. So it's a difficult position when Bitcoin is negotiating around the area of all-time highs, because it just behaves very strangely, because you have a lot of sellers, you have people wanting to take profits from here, waiting for this price point, and it's just all over the place. Plus we know we've got a lot of buying activity, a massive buying activity around the world at the moment. So we know there's a bit of a safety net below the price action. But it's very important not to be biased by that, right? And just kind of, you know, I'm not going to enter a trade here, right? I'm not going to do that. So, you know, and my theta trade, you know, was based on this kind of move, right? Having this kind of move, but that's Bitcoin 2-hour. I mean, are you seeing something I'm not? Is there something else I'm missing, Michael, from this chart? Because I know you have quite a unique perspective. I mean, is there anything would you trade this any other way? Is there another trade which I'm missing?
I will only take that breakout entry.
Yeah.
Right. Like I would want to see it break out past that area of what is this? 108.7720. Break out past that, and then let it run a little bit, right? And come back to retest that area and then buy it. Anything else beyond that, I'm not touching it. I don't like to short it, so I'm not looking for shorts at all in here. It would only be that breakout move, that break and retest. That's it. And to be honest, it would be really nice because it would be a break and retest. Because towards the bottom right now, we got the left shoulder, you got the head, you got the right shoulder. Let me see it break out past that zone, pull back, retest it, flying. I would take it then. That's the only way I would take this though.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd want to see this high surpassed as well. You know, seeing as we had this move and it rolled over. So I think buyers would want to see just eking it out. The problem is though, you're then running into like the all-time highs again, right? So it's a bit challenging, right? Because I mean, what's the ideal play? The ideal play would be we break above the all-time high, right? Which is possible. I mean, look at this move; it's possible, right? I mean, this move again might do it, right? And then there you've got a play, right? Because you've got a significant retrace, and then you're going to see buyers wanting to come in, right? Again, below all-time highs, so there's no stress. That's maybe the best play, but I think if you're a trader right now, paying attention,
right? The second best play would be for it to do that exact thing that you drew, except not take out the all-time highs, but take out the second, like the area to the left a little bit. Yeah. So take out that area to the left, but not exactly. That would be nice. That would be really nice.
Yeah, because then maybe if you're right, because maybe if you do wait for the all-time highs to be tapped, then the sellers might take back control, right? And then we
exactly.
Might
exactly.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. See, there's a reason why you're around.
Exactly.
Just save so many people a bad trade. So let's have a look at. Let's see what else we got. Oh, crikey! Hello, what's going on? So this is 30-minute chart, all-time highs. All-time highs. Here we go up here. Just I have labeled it, and this is the 30-minute chart. And I mean, it's looking a little bit like a house of cards when you look at it like this. But thank God for that pullback, right? But again, look, we need to see something more, right? Because look, the sellers are taking control. I mean, let's just put some order blocks on and just see what people are thinking. Well, all-time highs has the order blocks. So maybe we might see some higher price action ahead, but this is just a 30-minute, of course. But yeah, it's not great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the price action other than it's just a little bit whipsawy, down, up, down, up. It just makes it very difficult. Whereas, you know, we want to see something a little bit more organic. And it's difficult to look for that kind of thing. But this is, you know, up, here we go. Nice retraces. Here we go. You know, it's a little bit easier. But this sort of stuff is like, yeah, we don't know what's happening either.
This is chopping. They're chopping them to shreds.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's what makes it difficult for me to take these plays, right? Because the amount of energy which I'm having to put into juggling all of these different perspectives to try and make sure a move like this comes into fruition. I mean, just checking with this. It's doing okay. Just come on, you can do this. But yeah, what else we got with Bitcoin? I mean, we've also got, and this is another relatively bullish kind of look. You can see we've got this golden zone here. We've obviously, you know, we've come back down. We've retaken it. We've come up a couple of levels. We've tapped the 618 perfectly. And now we're trying to break above this high. And I think if anyone's looking to see what Bitcoin's going to do next, it's these. We need to take out that, and we need to take out that. And if we can do that, then this is the area we could end up in, or maybe even this area. But until that happens, right? I mean, this is my what and therefore, like, that's just tiny little trades. That's just in and out, right? Just trying to find it where it's supposed to be. But yeah, so I mean, it's bullish. It's fine. Everything's good. We got a nice range. But I mean, is there a diagonal line here? Is there? Right. I mean, yeah, look at that. I mean, there we go. I mean, we need to. That's the channel wash. We need to break above that. And where is that channel? Here it is. And it looks like it wants to go. It does look like it wants to go. We've got room on the RSI. We're not cooking just yet. So there's a bit of divergence maybe. Let's just see. Doing a deep dive today. Right. So what happens when there's only 2 people on the stream? We got more time. Got to talk more. Down. No, we're okay. Nothing. I think I missaw that, but yeah, I think that hit some bearish divergence maybe coming in there. But it's going to be an interesting few days. But as you said, Michael, because we've got Independence Day, we've got the holiday, we've got an extended weekend. I mean, is this the time for Bitcoin? I mean, that's the sort of thing Bitcoin's going to do, right? You can imagine, like, people. Yeah, everyone's going to be around the barbecue. All the internet's going to be just no one's doing any trading. Everyone's outside having a nice barbecue, celebrating, and then like, hey, Dave, Bitcoin's just broke an all-time high, and then everyone's just like, what?
What?
Hold my beer, literally, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it
That
past
sounds
it.
exactly right how it should go too, right? Only the smart people who had alerts on actually caught that.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, we're interesting to see, but I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult trading right now, and that's theta play. I was a little bit worried, of course, but it worked out. But that's fine. And just, is there anything else to look at with Bitcoin? I mean, look, here we go. I mean, this is the daily chart. This is the golden cross history chart. You know, golden cross 57%, golden cross 156%, golden cross 70%, golden cross, and it just feels like it's itching, just like to get out, right? But at the same time, and this is where it's important not to have any bullish fervor. This is the 1 day. A move back down all the way to about 97 still maintains a bullish context, right? And then we can move from there. So it's not like it's now or never. So we could have a significant retrace too. And when buyers know that, and when sellers know that, it makes for a very interesting game, because they're all like, well, you know, we've got enough buyers to go, but you know, so it's going to be very interesting. Anything else?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
No, but I mean,
I was actually
my-
I was waiting for it. I had an alert on Bitcoin for long, actually. It didn't really set up the way I wanted it to, so I left it alone.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll bring it up in a minute too and kind of show you my perspective on it.
Yeah, let's do it now, because I said we'll take a break. But yeah, I mean, multiple perspectives. I mean, we had Walter was on yesterday, and he always offers some really interesting insight. You were, of course, you were with us, of course. Yeah, so Walter was offering some really interesting.
Oh yeah,
insight.
yep, I was.
So multiple perspectives is the way to go. So let's see what you got.
Absolutely. See, I had something like this drew out, right? Which is funny because this is nearly what it did. It was just kind of off. I'm going to delete this because there's kind of a lot on here. So let me delete this. So for me, this. All right. So for one, this happened at 12 o'clock, like 1 o'clock in the morning. I would not be up to see this, right? Even if I did have an alert set, I wouldn't hear it. I would be sleep, like deep sleep, thumb in my mouth sleep.
Really? Really? Wow. That's fine. No judgments.
But I would be waiting for it to close above this 50 EMA here. So this, I mean, I like to keep everything congruent. So let me make this green really quick. All right, cool. So yeah, once this happened, I would have been looking for the move right there, more or less, for the close. Because as I always say, as soon as I get my 5,200 cross, the next thing I'm looking for is price to come back to the 200 and give me some type of pattern off of it. Now it did give this, but this isn't really a pattern for me. Like this is, it didn't really do anything, I'll say. Like I didn't have, when I have my M's or W's, I like for price to close back above the 13 and then come back below and retest it and then run. In this particular case, it didn't do that. It just kind of gave a funky move thing a little bit. It didn't really do much though, right? So I would have preferred to see, or maybe I would have been more engaged to take it had it did something like this and then went up. But from what I'm looking at, I only see one leg on here. And I wouldn't take something that has one leg because I would be anticipating that it's going to make a second one the entire time. Even when I pull this up and I look at my TDI, we got, this is outside the band here. This is outside the band. Yeah, this is inside, but this still just looks funny. This is not a clean setup at all.
Yeah.
Like if I was to say, what is this? I don't know what this is really. I know what I'm looking for, which again is that move off the 200. But this is nothing really. Like, did this work out? Would they have worked out if I took this? Let's see. So I would have put stops below here. Target would have probably been around here. So a little bit short, but let's say I went here. Right? This would be a nice dollar to make $1.43. It would almost be there, right? Like pips away. So not clean, but that was the move. And you can even see, right? Like if you look at this, look at this move here. This triggered today, Wednesday. It says BTC W off the 200. So I had an alert set for this and everything. But one, again, I was asleep when this actually went off. This happened at 4 something this morning. And yeah, this just wasn't clean, really. Now, I could have justified taking this, obviously, because typically when I draw a pattern out and like I said, an alert and I know what I'm looking for and that alert goes off, most of the time it's takeable, right? Like it's a confirmed trade for the most part. And if I take it and lose it, it's not such a big deal because I saw majority of the picture, right? Like it wasn't something I just rolled over and fell into a trade. So I seen majority of it. But this just wasn't really clean for me. And like I said, I'm just taking it easy this week, right? Just point blank. I was in a situation where, again, when I was asleep, but let's say I was up and I saw this, I wouldn't want to force it because I would be doing that thing where I'm turning my head and squinting my eye to try to possibly see something. But yeah, I was definitely on the cusp of going long Bitcoin today. Now I didn't expect it to happen at 4 o'clock in the morning, obviously, but even on a daily chart, like this isn't the cleanest. It's just not. It's kind of ugly, to be honest. Even when I kick this up and we're on a 4-hour chart now, I still kind of can't make out what this is. Now, only thing I could kind of say is we got this. Yeah, again, I'm forcing it right now. I don't see anything in here that's clear.
Right, and now what you've just said, I think, is one of the most important things, right? Especially in the markets like this, and it's the same. What I was saying to my student earlier, right? These people look at these market conditions and they say things like, perilous, there's trapdoors everywhere, and I'm like, yeah, right, of course. So you need to recognize when you're forcing it, right? Because it's you want to be, I don't know how to. It's like you have to recognize when you have to learn when you are forcing it, when you're trying to force something. And people think like, well, I've learned about the RSI, I've learned about fib levels, I've learned about volatility, I've learned about all these things, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, no, you are not. You're not ready to go, because you need to police this and you need to police this. And if you can't do that, none of that matters, because a fib level isn't going to knock on your head and go, excuse me,
we're ready to go.
The indicator doesn't do that. It doesn't talk back, right? It just tries to trick you. So the fact that you recognize that and I recognize that is probably one of the, it's a jewel in the crown of being a king at trading, right? For sure.
And I'm gonna say something, right? I call this MSU, right? You're making, you can use your own variation for what the S is, right? But you're making stuff up. That's what you're doing right now. Like you're making that up. Like, oh, this is a W. Where's the second leg at? I see a first leg. I don't see a second leg though. How can it be a W with one leg? That's more of a V. It's not V off the 200. It's W off the 200. For the simple fact that if you take this and it comes, let's say you would have took that and this thing would have came back down, took you out, and then went, you'd have been like, I should have waited for the second leg. You think? You think?
Why? I mean, like, look, there's a time and a place, right? There's going to be there are plenty of times where you can have good trading months, good trading quarters where you're just racking them out and you got too many setups to play with, right? I've been there, right? We've all been there, right? But the majority of the time, it's about being measured and being controlled. Ultimately, actually, like you said, I'm going to get out of this trade hopefully, and then I'll be it. I ain't doing nothing till Tuesday. I ain't even thinking about nothing till Tuesday. And that's the play. It's the hardest thing.
And again, it's just one of those things where, right, I guess that just comes with time, because I remember for the longest, if it got close enough to the trade, I just had to take it. And then I would lose it after breaking the rules. No, I wasn't supposed to do it. And I'm like, man, I can't believe I did that again, right? And then some of the times it'll go. Like, say if I would have broke the rules and then this one went. Yeah, I won the trade, but just me being honest with myself, I feel a little guilty because I know I shouldn't have won that and I took it anyway. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be rewarded for bad behavior because this is not repeatable. And you can't be profitable longer term if you can't do something repeatedly, right? Like, you can't keep doing this. Like, yeah, you might get away once or twice. That's like somebody doing crime, right? Like, yeah, of course, it's just your luck if you get caught the very first time, but you might get away with a few things, but eventually you're gonna get caught. And this would be that, right? Like,
Well,
if you keep trying to take these trades, you're gonna get hit eventually.
Look, that reminds me of, I can't remember who was in the session with me and Yanni back in the time, and it was a weird situation, right, where the same guy, lovely guy, the same guy had got in touch with both of us for a trading lesson for support, right? And this guy was clearly very successful, and we didn't talk about it at the time. Hi, Robert. Hi, good to see you. And Tixu. That's an interesting name. Well, thank you for the love. Wow, breaking rules increases losses. Yeah. So this guy, he obviously knew he had lots of money. I mean, he's clearly a millionaire, probably much more than that. And he just decided to get into trading, right? Dumped a few, like, I don't know, $750,000 on an exchange, and he starts shorting Solana, right? Because it's in a downtrend, and he's like, "This is great with high leverage." So it's like 20K capital, like 10x leverage, 20x leverage, and day after day, right, for about 10 days, he's cranking them out. I'm making 90K profits, 20K profits, 50K profits. I'm like, and he's sitting, and he must have been sitting there, like, I mean, really pleased with himself, right? And I'm like, this is easy. I mean, like, why? What's the big deal? Like, all these people like going on courses, what? They don't need that. And I'm like, and then what happened was, of course, because he's thinking, I got this, I nailed this, right? But it's not repeatable because Solana was fast approaching support. Bitcoin was fast approaching support. And it's like a shark he couldn't see coming at him. And then two things happened, right? And this is about getting ahead of yourself. He accidentally put an extra zero, right, on his 50K position. And it turned out to be a position. And then he did that right as Solana was changing the trend, which he wasn't aware of because he doesn't know about the trends, and he got liquidated like that, right? So when we talk about repeatability, right, it is every trade you need to be looking around and you need to be assessing it. You need to know what's happening, and every trade is a single planning process. It's not, it's not like one plan and then all of these trades. And it's because you can be like, oh, I've done 7 amazing trades, I'm the boss, and you're going to run into a brick wall. And it's not because we don't have losing trades, but when you're just trading blindly and you just, it will catch up to you. It always catches up to you, right? You always. And then you either quit or you reevaluate, like we've all done, and we try and put some structure in place. And that's how you and me have arrived at a place where we can make capital, we can make money, right? As a result, right? We've been there, right? We've been the stupid people, right?
Yep, for longer than I like to admit.
I still have stupid weeks for sure, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. No, I got a similar story. This guy, he was in my group, and his name is Bryce, and he comes in. This dude has lost so much money before. It's ridiculous. I mean, when he first joined, he like I got this account. He's like, but it's down big, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm like, oh, like I'm thinking you can take a look at it and like, tell me what to do. I'm like, okay, like, yeah. He said, I'm in a gold trade. I'm gold short. I'm short gold. And this when gold was rallying this year. And I'm like, you're short gold? He was like, yeah. He said, I got 2 positions on. I'm like, what's your price? And he showed me the price. I'm like, oh my God. This dude was like ridiculously out of the money. And I said, how much are you down right now? He said he didn't even tell me. He sent me over his account details. This dude was down 37,000 USD on 2 positions on gold, trying to short it. And the craziest thing is, Paul, he could not close the trade. He just literally couldn't accept his loss. He said he's never lost that much money at once in his life, and he just couldn't do it. I'm like, dude, if you don't close these trades, it's going to take the rest of your money.
Yeah.
Like the rest of it. Yeah. But what happened was he was doing so good shorting gold at one point, and he just thinking he can just keep doing it, right? Like he's just partying it up, short and gold. And as we all know, it's easy to do it when you're on the right side of a trend and you just think that that's how it goes. But we don't know about these things, and change of character, and that the trend is going to eventually change. You need to be on it. And what made it even worse is he's trading it and he's shorting it. He's rolling over the money that he's made it from the last positions. So it isn't going to take him long at all. Once he's wrong once or twice, that's it. He lost the last 3 weeks of his money in 2 days, right? Like, just ridiculous.
Absolute horror story. But I mean, we've all had them. I remember the last bull cycle. I was trading a low cap, and I mean, I wasn't. I was learning then. I was definitely a beginner, right? And I think it was numbers protocol, a super low cap, still a low cap. I'm invested in it now, right? Way lower than it was, and I was just trading all the levels up, and I was just saying to my other half, like, I'm the king, man. Look at me. You're so lucky to be with me. Look at me. I'm the man. Look at me. I just made $3,000 like this. You hear that alert? That's $3,000, right? We're going on holiday. Me, I'm the man. Yes, you're right. You're my girlfriend. It's amazing, right? Being my girlfriend. Right? And it's like, and then it was the same deal. It's like I wasn't paying attention to trend dynamics. I wasn't looking for the topping signal, and I was like, oh, this trade went bad. And I didn't lose any of my profits, right? I took a little hit, right? But like Robert, I think Robert was at best. Robert's just said, I've built some bad habits of doing the wrong thing that worked out, right? Yeah.
We call it reinforcing bad habits. That's actually one of the worst things you can do.
Yeah.
Because it's not even that it's a surface level thing, right? It's actually something that's very, very deep embedded inside of your brain as far as habits. Like, we all know good habits, bad habits, they're hard to break, whatever. When it comes to trading and you've built bad habits, it's not something that you just get rid of like easily. It actually takes a lot to get rid of it.
Yeah. I mean, I am so obviously with like, I'll just be careful what I say. I think like the situation is this, right? I get a little bit, I'm very strict with my mental process, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very strict. And if I'm put in a position where I feel that, there's, Rich is compromising that in terms of like, and you do this ourselves, right? We feel a lot of pressure. So when you have a bad trade, right, you have that feeling that you need to trade again really quickly, right? Now, you've got to see that coming a mile off, right? And you've just got to put rules in place and just say, like, I've had a losing trade. I am not going to trade for 3 days. I'm going to take time out. I'm going to get my head straight, and then I come back at it, because I know any trade following that is going to be compromised in some shape or form. And maybe it works out, but if it does, it's just reinforced a bad habit, as Robert says. And so I'm very protective of my mental state, and I'm very protective about these things. And I'm very like, this is how I trade. This is the way we do things, because it works out for me. To be fair, and I think other people, when they just don't quite get, because it's not sexy. Psychology, mindfulness, it's not sexy. It doesn't. You don't think like, all I need to do is just center myself and just engage my observational mind, and then a yacht will come. It's like, it's not the same, but it's the truth. The reality is that, the most successful people in the world, right? They're not the flashiest people. They're the people we don't know, right?
Yeah.
And they've probably got plaid carpet and terrible curtains, but they got a load of money, right?
Right. That's the way it works. That's the way it works, right? Like, even before I got into, I say, like, trading, right? Like, I haven't been doing great my entire life, obviously, but I've had companies before this, and they've done very well. Like, I got into trading afterwards. I was to a point where I'm like, man, I'm rocking and rolling in life. And I was a big, and still am a big, big, big personal development person. Like, I just am. Especially when I used to be in sales, right? And I was always at the top of the board, always, always, always. And no matter what job I went to, I was the person at the top of the board, and I would always get questioned, like, what are you doing? Like, how are you doing this? You know what I mean? And I tried my best to explain to them, like, it's my mental, right? Like, I'm very, very mentally tough. if I don't get a sale for the day, it's totally fine. Like I'll probably get 2 tomorrow. What will make someone think that? I don't know. Maybe just you're crazily believing that you can do whatever you want to put your mind to, right? Like I truly believe that. And then, you know, after some personal development books, you know, Richest Man in Babylon, Think and Grow Rich, you know, The Secret, things like that have built long-term habits that have served me very, very, very well. Yeah. And when it comes to trading, it just happened to work perfect. Like I'll be totally honest, it just worked perfect. And just to try to explain that to some people, they like, well, how do you get this? I'm like, we got to read the books, and you know, you got to work on your mindset. You got to get your mind right. Kind of how Mark Douglas talks about in Trading the Zone. You have to get your mind right. And they're like, I don't want to get my mind right. I want to learn to trade. I'm like, see, there you go, right there. You can't be a profitable trader consistently if you don't get your mind right. You got to start here first, and then you arrive there by doing the work. It doesn't work the other way around, right? Earl Nightingale uses a great analogy by saying that's like the farmer saying, "Give me the yield, and then I'll plant the seed." It's like that's not how it works. You know, you plant the seed, do the work, and then you get the yield. That's like common sense, right? A universal law. But for some reason, when it comes to trading and psychology and other things, like you said, Paul, it's just not sexy. So they don't want to do it. And they're really missing out big time because, again, that's what develops that long-term skill. Even something like this, right? This Bitcoin chart that we're looking at. The old me will be pissed. I'm like, man, I should have been up at 1 and I should have seen this. I'd have took it. Even the GJ trade from earlier today, right? The old me will be saying, where's GJ? He will be saying, man, you should have just jumped in front of the news. You would have smashed this trade today. Like you'd be up X amount. And this, or even if I didn't, right? This will haunt me all day. Like it really would. Crazy enough, where I'm at now, this happened this morning. And the only reason I'm talking about it is because I'm on the stream and I'm trying to point out a lesson. By the time we get off of here, I'm not going to even remember this happened. It doesn't even matter. It's insignificant at this point, right? This was not part of my trading plan, so there was no trade. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's Robert's just put another interesting comment. Robert, it's always great to have you here. Thanks, you're so insightful. And I'm starting to remember how I thought. I'm reading this out because I don't think people seeing it can see the comment. But I'm starting to remember how I thought back when I was trading well. And when I was trading well, I used to cut my losses really quick. The main goal was not to lose money and to take quick, high profitable trades. And that's exactly what we're doing now. That's exactly what I'm doing now. We're all doing it now. And it's exactly that. You just got to, I mean, here's another interesting thing, right? I feel very uncomfortable telling people I'm a good trader. I do, right? Now, Michael, you are clearly an excellent trader, right? And maybe, and you've earned the right to say that. But for me, I genuinely struggle with saying it because I feel like my mindset shifts and my ego takes over. And then I feel, again, policing my mind. Right? I feel like if I sit down on this chair, right, and I feel like I'm like the boss, I'm going to get fired, right? Do you know what I mean? Right. So I think a degree, being emotionally humble, and I'm not necessarily saying that I'm in the rest of my life, right? I certainly haven't been in the past. If you can be humble, right, you'll find that respect for what you're doing comes out, respect for the charts comes out, right? And and it's just right. And I think the whole bad habit. I mean, there's a reason why we've brought Lara on board, right? Because I mean, she's a wonderful trader, of course, but it's all about psychology. And the reality is there probably should be more psychologists than there should be day traders, right? I mean, in order to support people, and that's kind of the joke, right? I mean, that's the joke.
Funny enough, on even the TV show Billions that I'm always talking about, the main guy, Bobby Axelrod, he there's this one episode where he it was called Comp Day, and he's like, everybody's getting, you know, compensated and bonused out based on their performance and their contribution to the fund. And he goes through everybody, whatever. But his psychiatrist, Wendy Rhodes, who's been with him since the start, her bonus was like 3 times higher than everybody's. Why? Because she was the most important person there.
Yeah.
She was the most important person there. Not the
she,
traders, not the quant team, not anyone else legal. It was her.
And Bobby relied on her. And he was like, you know,
Yeah.
you need to sort these guys out. The trading floor is a mess. You've got to sort these guys out. He would say that, right? It was just, I mean, it was, on one hand, you know, shows like that are very easy to become a bit of a farce, a bit of a, and of course it's all entertainment, and to a degree, you know, it is entertainment, but there was a truth behind a lot of that show, right?
A
real
whole
truth.
lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why it was so popular, which is why I loved it, because I mean, I struggle to watch billionaires doing their thing, because I just get pissed off. I'm like, why did you have that life? Why did you have that life? Right.
Right.
But when as we got through the seasons, I'm like, I'm learning stuff, right? I'm learning stuff. This is interesting, and it's just, and you know, great show. I'm really impressed that you like that. But yeah, so I mean, I haven't had a live session with Larry yet.
Favorite TV show of all time.
Yeah, and it ended really well.
Yeah,
for sure.
I've probably seen. Yeah, I love the way they ended it. I didn't like the last season when he was the season before last when he was out of it and had the Michael Prince guy in there. I didn't like that. I'm like, no, he can't take me. I didn't like the fact that they took him out. But when they brought him back in that final season and he got him back, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
You know, well, I've got something. I don't think we should move off billions just yet because it's really interesting. But I'm just going to share
that's what
my.
I'm talking about. I'm just
going to share
my the way they ended it. Like, absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to share my theta trade because I've realized that my take profit's here, so we can watch that while we're chatting about billions. But there's one scene near near one of the last seasons where there was some crypto cold wallets which he had, and he was trying to keep away from the authorities. This was Prince, and it was worth billions, right? And in order to not have any legal issues as a result, he just made the decision to not give them the access on the presumption that they would the failsafe would kick in and then he would lose the assets. And that scene when he walks out and he leans on the elevator slightly. Now, like, it was very powerful scene because you're thinking like, I can't even conceive having this much money, right? But then to
His
see
hand on the elevator,
just to see it hit him, but also, and this is the beauty of it, he made the decision, right? He made the decision to lose that money. It was strategic, right? And he put his emotions, he put them in a box and he locked them away. And how do you put the emotions of like a 5 billion loss or something crazy, whatever it was, 2 billion? How do you put your emotions like that in a pocket, in a box like that? Now, that's just, and you know that's the sort of baller move which a high level trader will do, right? And it was incredible. And I found it extremely insightful about emotional control because he like, the whole point was, did you see him? Right? There was money on there, right? But it's like, so his mask dropped just for a minute, but the level of control you needed was astonishing. But yeah, everyone should check out 7 seasons of pretty good gold. Right, Michael, I got a question for you about my trade, right? So this is my take profit right above. We're getting closer. We've got a divergence popping up. The RSI is cooking. We look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance looks like maybe it could come down, which maybe be a saving grace, but let's look at Bitcoin. All right, so this is Bitcoin now, right? Well, we're at resistance. We're looking like we're just eking our head out. Do I exit this position or do I hold it? What do you reckon? Because it's just a little bit, it's a little bit shy of my take profit. I mean, it looks like it's just going to hit it. Actually, let's just see. Does that maybe save the question? Let me just I think it might have just hit it. Let's just have a look, because I like, this is what we're talking about, this practiced kind of mentality. Like, I'm here,
Right.
I've got, oh, it's done it, it's okay. The trades come in, that's fine, right? But I was like, I am reevaluating this now, right? I need to look at whether I take profits, because I'm not going to wait just for this last, I've done it, this little move. So I just wanted to touch base and check with Bitcoin, but it's hit it anyway. So it's a successful trade. No need to do a post-mortem. So that would have been, that's where I got in. 7% spot with a bit of leverage. And that was a nice little trade, which has finally come in the session, which rarely happens. So congratulations to me. So, but yeah, cool. All right. Right.
Nice.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but would you have just taken profits like that? I mean, would you have done that? Because I was thinking about it before it hit. Would you have done that?
Nah, to be honest, nah. What I would have done though is I would have scooped my take profit, my stop loss right under that shift candle. I would have moved it up.
Yeah, that would be the play. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Cool.
Yeah, like how is that shift candle? For me, I don't like to, I actually like to see the TP get hit like automatically without me actually touching it. So just me, this candle is huge.
Yeah.
This is breaking out of that little zone anyway that it was just in.
Yeah.
Like I would have just moved my stop loss right under that, would have been it. If it didn't, I mean, it was super close to doing it.
Yeah, that's definitely the play.
Yep.
Yeah, or maybe under this moving average if it's a bit higher. Yeah, good. I mean, that's cool. Because everyone was taking the mick out of me on Monday that this was never going to play out in the session because it's such a longer time frame. But I'm pleased I've proved everybody wrong. So that's fine. So good. I'm pleased with that. That'll be the last trade for the week. I think there's a question from. I'm just going to stop my chart for a second. So there's a question from Lola. Thank you, Lola. I appreciate that. Thank you. How is FXS looking? Lola, I think you're obsessed with FXS. I'm going to be honest with you. You keep asking about that. What's going on here? It's like Robert and Solana. I think there's something going on. So FXS. I also know that there's I need to look at Nero as well. So Michael, you got anything you want to show for a little bit, or you're happy for me to look at altcoins? It's your call.
No, go right ahead. I didn't really have much going on today.
Cool. Okay. So FXS, let's have a look at FXS. A little birdie whispered in my ear earlier about Nero, so I'll have a look at that. FXS. Oh no, that's not looking good. That's not looking good at all. This is FXS 12-hour chart. Big picture. It's broken to the downside out of a descending narrowing wedge, which is pretty bearish, people. These things are pretty gold when they play out, and that's not looking good. So let's just zoom in a little bit. Let's move to the 4-hour and just try and see if there's something there. Right, here's the thing, right? You could very easily just say, okay, you could do a little scalp short on this moving average here, just back to where we were. You know, on the premise that Bitcoin will reverse just for a little bit, right? I mean, let's just check what Bitcoin is doing, right? Oh, it's breaking out. Great, thanks, Bitcoin. But there is some divergence, so we could see this come back down. So I'm going to say FXS, you should just leave that alone for a minute, right? It's not, we're not in the right place for a short at the moment, even though Bitcoin is obviously at a resistance. It's breaking out, right? So because it's breaking out of resistance, we need to see what happens next, and therefore you shouldn't be entering a short. But I mean, there might be a short play here. It's very bearish. I mean, this is a very, very bad move. But FXS, where's the next play for FXS? Let's have a look. Draw our basic. What's going on with that? Draw these basic lines in the sand. Figure out where we are. Just big picture. So it looks like that's the bottom. That's negative price. That's the bottom. And that's the bottom. Okay, but let's ignore that wick because that's just terrifying. Let's just put, just out of sight, out of mind. Let's do that. Okay, yeah, look, I'm going to be honest with you, Lola. You have this range here, and then you have this range here. But there's a lot of ambiguity over the levels. They're not quite consistent. Look, we've got a bounce off the level, but then we've got a fake out here. Then we've got resistance here, but there's a bit of ambiguity. And you see all this area here, it's not looking good. It's not looking easy to trade. So the only play with FXS right now is a hard support buy right down here on the presumption it's going to sell off more, right? Until we see something different, right? So something different would be, you may be waiting for that. Something different might be this. This moving average comes down. We're going to move on the other side of this pattern, and then maybe we've got to play something like this. But seriously awkward price action. There's much better setups, and this is the sort of thing, right? I mean, Michael, what's your thought on this? I mean, it's pretty ugly, right?
Yeah, it looks hideous. I mean, I wouldn't even know. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm just like, when you're looking at stuff like this, right? Look at that, right? This is like negative price discovery. It's a crazy wick. And what that means is, so just for a bit of, so imagine this is the bottom, right? Now, we hadn't touched base before, but this is what this price action is suggesting is the bottom at the moment, the local and all-time bottom, right? If you ignore this, right? But imagine that this is a door, right? And somebody has kicked in your door, and okay, you've put it back on the hinges, right? And you've closed the door again, and it's like the door's not the same. It's not going to be this. It's not as strong. So price action coming back down here is going to be very mindful of this, right? That the door's weak. So stuff like this really messes up a chart. It really messes it up because it's stinking the place up, right? It's causing fear and uncertainty. And I think probably like this is partly why this is doing this as well. So FXS Lola, I would politely ask you to leave it alone for a while, right? For your own sake, because I think it's just there's no play here right now. There's much better setups. It's a complete mess. But that's my slightly awkward take. But let's have a look if we can find something a little bit better. I'm very sorry, Lola. Remember, don't date the tokens. You know, get your free meal and then go on to the next, right?
Right.
Presuming you're a female, Lola, of course. I believe in certain traditions, even though I am a feminist. Right. So, okay. Now this is looking better, right? Already something better. Let's just label this up, just so we know what we're trading or trying to find a trade. USD. Okay. So put on some basic levels. I do like these sessions when it's just two people because we get to actually do some proper charting, right? Because we've got time to do it. So people can see how the cake is cooked. What's the expression? I can't remember how I don't know what it is. How the cake is baked. I don't know. That's not it. Whatever. There's some expression there. So let's have a look. I'm feeling a triangle. Feeling a triangle. Where's the triangle? Is there a triangle? Let's have a look. Is there a triangle? No. Ah, yes, there is. There's a triangle which has been broken out of. Here we go. Now we got something. Right. Found it. I caught you. I saw you. Okay. Right. So let's just assess this ambiguous area. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Let's make. Oh, hello. Chill out. Oh my God, what happened? Coming back down. So yeah, it's always a good habit when you're struggling to see a trend line and it's a bit ambiguous, just to put a range. It just keeps it clear in your mind so you don't make any mistakes. Let's make that red because it hasn't confirmed the flip yet. And right, okay, so we've got a bounce from the bottom of this range, bounce from here. So I think the lines here really trying to ignore those fake outs. So I think that's the play, right? And if we get rid of that so it doesn't confuse us. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah, I'm cool with that. So what we're looking for now, this is the part where you as a trader have to get really grumpy and you have to ask a lot of the chart, right? You have to ask what you want to see. Firstly, I need to be out of this ambiguous range. I need to be up here, first thing. And if I get above this range, I'm above this high, which is great. Okay, super duper. So I need to move above here. And then I've got something to play with. So we come up here, and then we're looking for it to come back down. Now, You have, of course, a little bit of an ambiguous area. So you could theoretically come at slightly different points, but I think it's fair to say that this area here at about 40468 would be a good place. Now, why would it be a good place? Because you've got buyers here, you got buyers here, you got recovery options. So if the trade goes bad, or if Bitcoin takes a dive just as this is retesting, you've got a set of buyers which are coming in here, which hasn't been retested, confirming the SR coming in. So say you want to come in to benefit from a move like this, right? If it goes wrong, you're running into another set of buyers, which will give you the bearish retest you need to get out at no loss. And if you're sensible about where you put your stop loss, you won't get stopped out, and you'll be able to, of course, get out at no loss, which is what I love. Because for me, I get excited about a trade, not with the profit potential, but I get excited if I have a risk management approach, which I feel is pretty watertight, right? And this is ultimately the game in crypto, because it's about protecting capital above 4L. So Lola, if you're thinking about looking for something to trade, we've looked at a few options today as well, but Nero might be more of a something which might come into play next week. Look for a move into this range, right? I mean, it would be ideal if it surpasses this high, but at least this one, right? Get above the range. Then you got something, then it's just trying to come in at the right point, right? Really straightforward. And I don't think anyone will be getting too excited just yet. No, there's still a lot of sellers, but that'll be the play ultimately with Nero, because we've got a breakout right now. And again, you could theoretically come in and just buy the retest of the pattern, but because of this ambiguous range, and if you look at this, right, you look at that, right, that might be a problem. You look at this, that might be a problem. So you could just run into it, right, and then roll over. And that's what we don't want. We want to avoid that, right, because there's ambiguity. So therefore, you are waiting for a confirmed break above there. So we then have buyers coming in here, buyers coming in here, buyers coming in here and here. And that's the game, right? That's what you want, right? You don't want sellers in front of you for a long, you want buyers below you. And that's the game. So Nero, Lola, that might be helpful to you, right? I mean, and is that nonsense, Mike, or is that the sort of way you would play it?
Yeah, there would. And when I'm looking at there's about, at this level, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 touches to this exact level.
Yeah,
that is the toughest, most support level that there is. A break above this will be awesome. Of course, you can't expect it to just run up. So yeah, break above this is breaking out the triangle, and above that previous high is making higher highs at this point.
Yeah, and we're breaking above a moving average as well. So we've got some confluence. Look, we've got the 200 on this time frame, the 4 hour. So we've got some confluence as well. Beautiful, actually, quite nice.
Yep.
Okay, so that's a top alt take for tomorrow. That's save me time tomorrow morning.
Nice little break above, and the pull back to that same area, smash it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just need a little bit more levity, and that's fine. But that's Nero. What else? What else we got? Market confusion, right? Yeah, I'm not sure there's any other setups I've got. I mean, look, we looked at we've been looking at. So I was looking at W. This is Wormhole, great name. It's kinda. And I was looking at this. So, and we were talking about at the start how it's really difficult trading at the moment for a variety of reasons. And this kind of Wormhole, this kind of sums it up a little bit. So we have this nice breakout. We have a little bit of a higher high, but then sellers are quickly, they're taking their profits, right? Because they know, right, that the legs for the altcoin market at the moment isn't that great, right? It's not walking very far, right? And it's more likely we'll get a breakout and then a reset. So we had a lot of sellers here, right? Now, I like these kind of moves where we have this ascending diagonal line with a breakout of a descending channel. I like them. They're pretty good, but I don't like it as steep. I prefer them when they're a little bit like this because it creates these nice little pockets. So this now is extremely ambiguous because we've broken below this diagonal line. There's not really enough bullish momentum in the market to facilitate coming in the middle of a range, even though there is a little bit of confluence, just a little bit. It's just not enough. So therefore, what's Wormhole going to do? I keep laughing when I say that name, but what's Wormhole going to do now, right? Well, where are the buyers going to enter? Then they're going to struggle to come in here. So they're thinking that this is just going to roll over, right? And then we're going to come in here. Where's the confluence, right? Where's the confluence? We don't have it. We've now got sellers in front of us again, and there's a lot of air below us thanks to this wick, and we know we could go down there. So therefore, this bullish setup with wormhole has pretty quickly lost its bullish momentum, right? And this is what we talked about at the start with this. I can't remember the word I used, Mike. It was ambiguous. Trepidation. There's a bit of trepidation in the market, and it's like, this is the problem. I mean, look at this. It's like, look at that wick. Look at this behavior. It's really difficult. And you know, when it's a raging bull market, it's like, great, entrance number 2, let's go, right? But it's not doing that right now. And if we look at, yeah, I mean, you got to be ruthless, right? And here's Pengu, right? Now Pengu is.
Right.
Pengu is has got a couple of. I've got another perspective on Pengu. Is this it here? No, I had another Pengu perspective. I think it's down here. Where is it? I think have I moved it? Oh yeah, here it is. So yeah, there's 2 perspectives. Now, all right. Actually, Michael, I'll be interested to get your opinion on this, right? On before I talk about Pengu. Let me explain this. So let me just clear this off. So, would you say this cup and handle has invalidated?
This one looks pretty interesting to me. Go ahead. You was asking me a question.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's a bit of late. So, do you consider this cup and handle invalidated because of the break lower here? Do you consider it invalidated, or do you still see it in play? What do you think? What's your opinion on that? You still with me? Did you hear the?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yes. I mean,
absolutely, it is.
You do.
For me, once it breaks above like that, it's done.
So you think your perspective is that it's still valid, right?
Exactly. For me, this is still good to go.
Right. Well, that's interesting, right? And I've seen, like one of the trading groups I'm in has exactly the same mentality, right? Now, I disagree. I disagree, right? I disagree. Now, this is, and I'm happy to be wrong here, right? Because it's very subjective, right? So, and it's just so for me. Now, I've seen so many of these. So, this is the psychological trend change, right? Really nice, really straightforward. That's what forms the cup, right? Then we have a first attack at sellers, right? And then the sellers take control, and then we come back down, right? But for me, because we've lost the moving average, I mean, this is my perspective. We've lost the moving average, and because we've come back into this kind of this lower range, for me, that invalidates it. Now, what do I mean by that invalidated? What I mean is that I'm only going to be looking at the price actions interaction with this level, not as a cup and handle neckline, just as a standard support or resistance line, right? Because I feel that this extended downwards move hasn't necessarily invalidated the fact that we've put in a lot of work to move up to this area, but I'm just not feeling that the momentum we had here has just it's not quite there. And I feel like it's important to have a fresh look at this price action and just look at it like this, right? And I mean, that's my argument. I mean, but again, it is a handle, and it is now I'm taking another move, and it's the second attempt at a breakout, which is part of the cup and handle, right? It's the sellers take control, we have the handle, then we break out. It's just a bit later. I mean, am I full of nonsense?
No, I can see your logic for that. And I guess that's right. It is 2 separate ways to kind of look at it. Because one, if you look at it one way, it could be invalidated, but the other way is still kind of in play. But what you said does have merit to it. Like it's kind of like on the cusp, I guess. Technically, it could still. Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough one.
Honestly,
the cup and handle pattern is interesting because it has too many. It's almost like trend lines. Because it has too many different. Some people do trend lines from the body of the candle. Some people do it from the wick.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
And
think
that kind of changes is what it would be a little bit, or the same way.
I think you've convinced me. I think I'm convinced actually about this. But here's the thing: I think we can all agree that if we don't get a breakout here and it continues down here, then it is invalidated, right? Do we agree on that?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason why, I mean, when a student brings me something like this, I'm like, my job is to make sure that they are not missing something, right? And that they're not, because there's so many times where because here's the thing, like the cup and handle is very interesting, right? Like with all patterns, but there's the cup and handle especially, right? It's only powerful when it's confirmed, right? Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, and right. So if we get a breakout now, we've got to trade with Pengu, right? But if we switch to the other setup, right, it kind of puts this in perspective. This is the neckline, right? And when really the play for Pengu for me is this zone, right? It's this area, right? That is the ideal place to buy right now with the market. And even if Pengu does come up here right now and confirm the cup and handle, if we agree with that, then still, it's like I'm not sure that's going to be the best play, because we're in a very hesitant market. And really, what I would like to see from Pengu is to ignore this cup and handle, come back down, give me some natural price action, let me buy in this zone, then do just a straightforward traditional breakout, which won't be part of the cup and handle anymore, but it's a better, more organic price action, as opposed to the house of cards approach, which is, hey, Pengu's going, oh no, wait, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, it's just, I mean it's that grumpy approach again, just a splash of water. Because if you're thinking of this as, if you look at this as, I think you're right, it is a cup and handle, you're ignoring, you're almost kind of, you're waiting for this and you're ignoring this, right? When this is arguably, in terms of basic trend dynamics, the best play, right? And then, you know, as up here, you're kind of out on a limb and you're at the mercy of the market, because we need some price action down here to form some additional support levels and additional resistance levels for the price action, which makes then the buy of this neckline or whatever it is when it comes to happen, to be a little bit more substantive. So that's the way I look at it, perhaps. But I think you've convinced me, Michael, honestly, because if the trading group I'm in thinks it's this and you think it's this, well, who am I to fly in the face of it, right? But yeah, but anyway, I think that's it. Robert, they broke Yanni and Paul apart because
it's one of them, because you can look at it too.
Sorry, Mike, I'll let you catch up. It's just a bit of latency. Please go on.
No, I was just saying, it's definitely one of those super subjective patterns, because it's too hard to really nail it down to one part, right?
Yeah.
Some people look at it one way, some people look at it the other way. It's too vague, right? It depends on how everyone sees it. I don't use it too much either, to be honest. So I don't have like a super concrete, let's say, because they never got any trades. Robert, you're hilarious.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What we got in the comments, just go through the comments. Lola, I'm on a trade at the moment. I bought in at 1963. What asset, Lola? You haven't said what asset. Please tell me it's not FXS, please. Robert, they broke Yanni and Paul apart because they never got any trades done. Yeah, that's probably what happened. That's probably what happened. But we got Robert, we got plenty of trades done. Honestly, seriously, that's very, but I hear you. No, I think they're just trying to give me more of an education. So they're putting me with better traders so I can get better. So I had Walter and Michael yesterday, and I got Michael today. So they're really just trying to get me to become a better trader by putting me with much better. So that's what it is. Uh, I'll be waiting for the altcoin picks video. Yeah, Lola, that'll be out on Friday. On Friday, I'm going to try and do it tomorrow. I got to admit, there's not much going down at the moment, so you're probably just going to see a lot of the setups which we've been looking at today. But yeah, that'll be out on Friday. We're just changing the schedule a little bit to free up some time. But yes, it's going to be Bitcoin update. If, by the way, if you're not, if we've got some Robert, Lola, and who was it? Tixtiku. I'm sorry, forgive me if I've got that name wrong. But if you're not subscribed to Hola Prime X and you need more of my annoying voice, then you will have coverage videos throughout the week, Bitcoin update, market updates, and altcoin picks videos over at Hola Prime X. So please make sure you're subscribed. But yeah, awesome. Michael, what's your where do you think we're going to be next week after all of this holiday? Where do you think we're going to be? A better position or a worse position? What do you reckon?
Man, a better position.
You say that with practiced optimism,
right? Like I got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping a better position because the market this week has been really like ups, downs. We got some sideways. Because literally, I want to say for like 8 weeks in a row, we had at least 1 to 2 prime, pristine, what I call Mona Lisa setups a week. And so far, today is Wednesday. Thursday and Friday don't even really count because we got NFP and then the holiday, and it's been one, like just one. So I know it's a shorter week, but I feel like it's too much going on in the news. It's too much fundamental stuff kind of wrapping it up. And I'm not a range trader, right? Like I don't do good with range in markets because my setup doesn't appear. So I'm hoping that we can, because I'm looking forward to like Q3 and Q4, right? But we got to get past this first week because it's been real funny.
Yeah. And I just wanted to show, just before we finish, I mean, I like your optimism. I think let me just show my trade, and look, this is it, right? Look, and it's going, right? It's moved above, right? Now, so this is my take profit. I'm out of the trade now, okay, for sure. But this would frustrate a lot of beginner traders. They'll look at that and think, what? I didn't need to have 7%. I could have had probably 10 right now. I could have had my 10%, right? But I'm like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? No one's going to set a TP above and beyond resistance, right? So I'm not crying about it. I'm looking at it and I'm laughing, right? Because it's funny, because it shows that my play was the right play, right? That's it. My play was the right play. I win, everybody. Oh yeah, you're going to make fun of me for not having 10%. I got 7%. Yeah, what'd you get? Right? So this is right? You got to just be very happy with the fact that you've got something and then move on to the next, because that's the play. Because if I had waited and if I got off this session and gone and had a biscuit, then that could just tank now because the sellers are back in control. Right? So I'm very happy. So that's all good. But
good play.
Thank you very much.
For sure.
I think so. The next session, everybody, is going to start in 30 minutes time. Again, some awesome stuff coming down the pipe in 30 minutes time. So if you, Lola, Robert, all of you guys, please hang around for that. Have a biscuit or something and then come back. But we'll be back tomorrow in some form. So thank you very much. Thanks for the comments. And Michael,
absolutely,
pleasure as always.
Absolutely, Paul. I appreciate you.
Right, take care for now. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody.
Hello, Paul, Iris. How are you guys doing today?
Hello. Great. How are you guys?
Very good, very good. How was your trading day?
Good. Pretty boring for me, but I did have one trade and it was a good one. So I will be sharing that at some point soon. But it was earlier this morning in like the 10 to 10:30 area. So right after I was saying in the Discord to be a little bit patient, about 15 minutes later is then when I jumped in. So the patience paid off a little bit. So
awesome. I'm guessing you took a buy position.
I did. Would be pretty amazing if I did like a huge a sell scalp with like a big volume, but no, on like one bar. But no.
Probably Sam would still pull that off to still have some winning scalps on the short side.
I actually did short it, yeah.
I knew it.
You are a monster. You're a monster.
But that was before it went up. I shorted it just at market open.
Yeah.
And it pushed down a bit, and then I got out, and that was it. So I missed a whole leg up, basically.
Oh.
But, how was your trading day, Iris?
So I missed there was one really good model that presented itself at 9:41, but I was really busy and I just managed to get back behind my laptop and I was looking and I'm like, oh my God, and it was already too far and I couldn't get a good risk reward. So I missed it. Unfortunately, that happens in life. And when we do have some extra time, I would like to circle back to my losing trade yesterday, because I finally I woke up at 3:45 because it was bugging me so much, like I'm missing something in my analysis, and I figured it out.
Okay.
And you guys were right about that short. It was 40 minutes before the end of the trade, and I looked at it. It was so clear that it was a short, and I just asked the right question, so I came to the conclusion, and it would have also my conclusion would have changed my morning trade a little bit actually, but I just missed that data. I didn't have that data at that time present.
Interesting.
Remember Ping Pong Monday? I don't know if I mentioned that I call Mondays Ping Pong Monday.
No, but I love it.
I don't think, but I like it.
No, but I was missing how do you play ping pong, and you have to have two. But I will go over it when it's my turn for that. But it was actually not Ping Pong Monday, but Ping Pong Tuesday, because we didn't have Ping Pong Monday, and it would have altered my morning trade a little. It would have been actually a little bit better, even though it's our best trade so far for this month. And it would have definitely changed my that losing trade. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see what you have to show. Who would like to go first? Paul, you said you had one trade. You want to?
Yeah.
I would love to see your trade.
Yeah, let's go through it here. Let me share my screen. Present.
Was it ES?
Yeah, it was the ES.
Good.
I am going to first show this chart here. Now, going into the day, I had a couple levels marked off from the previous day's range. I had this value area low as a possible support, value area high as a possible resistance, and then the previous day's high also as a possible resistance. Now, on the morning prints here, when we were in the first 10 minutes or so, you know what, now that I've showed these levels, they're 62.39, 62.56, and 62.62-ish. So let's just keep those in mind. And then I'll now show my other screen because I want to show the footprint chart specifically, because Sam, I'll tell you what, it is very easy to show the Delta stuff on footprint versus what I use. My personal software, I must say. So I'm going to now, because the footprint is extremely crucial, or understanding the deltas is extremely crucial in what I did here. So now we can see the footprint. Let me bring it back here. On the 5-minute chart, we saw essentially that big down move that you participated in, that like quick, well, not big, but it was that quick 5-point down move over that 10-minute period or so in the beginning of the day when I messaged in Discord. I saw that there was just a bunch of accumulation occurring. So as soon as that 10-minute area finished, I was like, okay, I'm looking for longs because number one, it bounced right off of my value area low support area that I was thinking of. We opened in range, bounced off that value area low, and I'm looking for a really nice setup to get into some longs, but I wanted some confirmation, which might be a crux of mine where I need too much confirmation at times and I can miss out on trades, but just how I feel comfortable. And essentially, now if I go to the 1 minute here on the footprint, geez, of course, that just throws everything into a loop with TradingView. All right.
Oh, gosh.
Classic. So now at 9:44, we saw that little bit of a dip and then a spike up here. And then this consolidation started to, like, had that kind of like up, a little bit down, up, a little bit down. So a little bit higher high, and then a higher low. And then right here, I was trying to get long. I was just trying to find the right signal to tell me to get long. And right here at 9:57 was my signal on the 1 minute, specifically looking at the deltas on the 1 minute. Not on this footprint, like I was saying, it's on a different software, but this shows it so clearly. And we essentially just saw sellers trying to come in, but the deltas were pretty weak. And then you had this 500 negative delta here, but then this big buy volume delta here. And then this consolidation right here, I got in at 62.45. Roughly, I think it was at 9:59 and change somewhere right here. And I essentially did not have a drawdown. So I might have had a tick of drawdown at some point in my entry with my target. Then as soon as I got, my stop loss, first of all, was below my value area low. So it was essentially low of day, which was about 7 points. And I only got in on a micro contracts because I'm trying to trade smaller as of recently. I'm trying to test out new things, so I just want to be small. I've stated that in a few times these past streams. But with my stop at about 7 points, and then my target was right above value, or right at previous day's high, because there was a double top that occurred on 2 different 30-minute periods. And when that's occurring in market profile, what we like to call that as a poor high. And poor highs like to be reconstructed and revisited again, usually to bring some sort of sense of comfort. It doesn't have to happen in the next session, which would be today, but I usually like to use those poor highs as possible targets if there's a setup that occurs to get there. So that was my target, which was then about, it was at 62.60, like 1-ish to revisit. And we got up to here. As soon as we ticked 62, like 61.50-ish, I think it was 61.25 is where I got out as soon as we like broke that little poor high. And then, but this is the thing. This trade was not, it seems like it was good, right? It was a nice, 16 points or so, which was great. But this is what, as soon as I saw, I only had this one thought in mind. Target, like based on the day, look at support at value area low and look to if it is a bullish day or looks bullish, to target that to repair that poor high. But what I wasn't thinking was, hey, if we're having a bullish day and we're trending upwards, maybe I try to take some of Tom Hogarth's principles from Best Loser Wins, and maybe I just hold the trade a little bit and I look at other areas like my value area high area as a support level if we break through it, to then add to my position. This is where I need to get better personally as a trader. Great trade and everything, but if I had simply looked at my really simple levels, my simple levels that I genuinely believe in, this candle is a perfect area. It retested my value area high to the T at 62.55 here and just bounced off it. And if I look at the deltas here, let's see what the deltas look like. Look at that massive selling volume that occurred, the delta of 3,800, and it just recovered immediately. Like it just completely recovered. The sellers could not push through, and they just started buying themselves back up again. So part of me wishes that I was able to see that a little bit sooner and maybe not get out and understand to have a trailing stop, and then maybe add to my position to then hold for the longer run of the day, because now we're trading at 62, 66. It's not a huge amount higher necessarily or anything. Like I'm not losing tens of points, but it's just, there's a way for me to get better here is the point. But I'm very happy with what I did. Little bit of a green day for me, and I'll take it. But yeah, that's kind of the gist. And now we are in these small little 5 to 6 point ranges throughout the last hour and a half, and it's not looking too great in terms of setups for me personally. But yeah, so that was it.
That's
And
awesome.
Nice.
yeah,
That
yeah.
was a
Really good
trade.
trade.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it felt nice. It
Yeah.
felt all right.
That is it.
Yeah.
No, really awesome trade. I mean, you caught a really nice move up. I would say you caught like the main move of the day, which is always nice when you do catch it. So yeah, awesome job.
Yeah, it doesn't happen like that. That was as close to perfect as like what my original thought of the day could go. The only way it would have been more perfect is if I, for some reason, felt super confident in buying that value area low support right there. And but again, my thought was to be patient because of the previous day's range and where we were opening up. So I stuck to my principles, and that was that. So
I think that's the right choice as well. Sticking to your rules and your principles ensures consistency over a longer period. So, if you're willing to break a rule here and there, it might work out better in this case, but then next time you do it, it could go quite bad. So
exactly.
Yeah, it's good to stick to those rules. Awesome stuff, really good stuff. I'll show my trade really quick because it was.
So did you do the manipulation? So you played the manipulation move to the downside, and then do you understand? Do you play it knowingly that it's the manipulation move?
I didn't at the time know that it was a manipulation move. I simply got in because it was market open and the footprint was telling me that buyers were trapped. But it very quickly started reversing. So if I go to the 5 minute, where is it? Let me just make that a bit smaller. So the opening is right here. Okay, so this candle right here is the open. And as we opened, we just saw a huge amount of buyers, and they completely failed to push the market up. And as this was going in real time, because now it's obviously stopped, but as it was going real time, you could just see the sellers coming in strong, pushing that number down, and it's still quite high at 2,000 and then another 1,000 below it. So I pretty much was very happy that, okay, we're probably gonna go down. So I jumped in, and as it started going down, and at the beginning of this candle, this is where I kind of got out, because the same thing started happening, but to the sellers. Okay, so if I go to the 1 minute footprint, now I've got to find it. This is why does TradingView do this? I never understood.
I agree.
I know, man.
Why not just bring you back to the place you were at? Because it's obvious if you're changing time zone, you should be. I don't know. But you can see it clear as day on the 1 minute. Actually, a lot nicer. Look at all those buyers at market open, completely failed to push the market up, and then these sellers started coming in, and it was going down despite even a positive delta at some point. So I was happy to jump in very quickly. We pushed down quite nicely, and then the same thing started happening around here. and it's more of something you got to see live rather than once the candle's already formed. It doesn't look as drastic, but when you watch the candle form live in this area, there was lots of sell pressure coming in. Like these numbers were going very big on the sell side, but it just wasn't going down. And that's when I took a step back and thought, what's actually going on here? Is it going to go down? I don't know. So I got a bit worried that it might slingshot back up again. So I quickly got out and just thought, all right, because if it does go back up, I can always jump back in again if it traps more buyers at the top. If it does start going further down, then I can wait for a small retracement and jump back in. So I wanted to secure my profit there very quickly. And yeah, I mean, then the market just started pushing up. Now, I didn't manage to catch any of these trades, annoyingly, partly because I had other work, Ola Prime related work to do. So I was kind of had one eye on the charts and one eye on other work. So yeah, it was a bit of a slow trade. Not slow trade, sorry, a slow day, because I just caught that one little bit. But I wish I was able to catch some of this move up. But I've had a look in the last few minutes before we started. I had a look at the charts, and there seems to be some possibility, especially if we get a bit of a pullback into this kind of area here. I would love to potentially buy the market again. We are quite high to the tops. I mean, yeah, I'm not seeing anything right of this second, but maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was feeling too. I'd rather see a pullback into the 62.55 to 62.59 area somewhere to maybe see support again if I wanted to get long, or see if that support area fails and then maybe get short on a pop back up to it, showing as resistance again or something. So right now is kind of, you're just looking at like micro levels that won't necessarily be very strong. So
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And although the footprint does technically look like it might retrace a little bit now, I don't really want to be jumping in for a short, because every time the market pushed down a bit, apart from like a few times here where we had quite a rapid move down, it didn't really work out for the sellers. So there's potential for a scalp, but it can very quickly reverse to the upside again. So I'd rather not be selling.
Yeah.
I'd rather wait for a good buy rather than a sell. So
yeah,
exactly. I agree.
Yeah, because there was opportunity.
Oh, Robert is in again. Yeah.
Awesome. Good to see you, Robert.
There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than trying to sell a market that has been running up the whole day, thinking you're going to catch a scalp down and then just get blown away. It's like, why you think to yourself, like, why did I think I was that smart, like to do that,
Absolutely.
But the one time it does happen, you feel great, but
I agree. Exactly. I had one entry, and that was either I should have left a runner, but I missed that entry, and I just didn't find any other opportunity to get really in, and it's like it was just trending. I could have gotten in one macro, but I was also less busy cooking, and then again I'm like, you know what? Okay, just go up and give us one during our session. I am all good with that. So, yeah. Absolutely.
I just want to touch upon NQ really quickly, follow up from yesterday. So if the viewers remember, I did jump out from the sell trade, and I wanted it to come to this area and then potentially short. Then it did happen, but it happened the next day, in the middle of the Asian session, beginning of kind of London session, and the trade did happen. So timing was off. Sadly, I thought maybe it might just spike up into that area and then push down. Didn't happen in the end. Happened.
That was our trade when we were in our session.
Yeah. So I originally jumped in around here somewhere in the session.
You'll love my analysis.
And then I jumped out at pretty much break even. I can't remember what the profit was, but it was basically nothing. And then I said, okay, the gap has moved higher up now. and the gap moved
But
up
you were
higher.
right.
So,
It was a short. It was a short
yeah,
from 150, so 40 minutes before. I'll go over it, but it was so mechanically. It was just so clean. It was such a clean day yesterday, but I missed a lot of. But yeah, no, same thing. Yeah,
yeah.
you were right.
So yeah,
It was a short.
it's a shame. It's a shame I didn't trust the trade and let it play out.
Yep.
But it's all good. Hopefully today something in this session
Yes.
turns up and then it'll be decent. But that was it. That was it for me.
Yeah.
You want me to share? We don't have
Please,
anything
yeah.
trading. Okay. Okay, I'll quickly show. I'll start with the morning trade. Oh, hold on. I need to share. I'm just going to my share screen. Share screen. Where am I? I'm not. My laptop is getting very slow.
That's okay.
It's not. I need to buy a new one. I'm going to buy a new computer. I didn't bring mine. Okay, so then my morning trade is also a time-based a model, and you see that these are root candles. I don't know if you can read it. This is the 312, this orange bar here, and this is 658. Because it just has been moving down, this is a specific model. These two work together. When the 658, so we have a reversal here, then my only entry was to take the 658 to the 312 because that is in a situation like this is a short trade. So I would have gotten in here at this candle, so it's going through. Also breaker activation. This would have been my entry at 9. Yeah, it's 3 minutes. This is the 3-minute one, so it was 9:40ish. And this one was the retest of the 658, and then I would just only ride it up to the 312. That will be my only model, and just my safe trade. And then I might leave, if I was on micros, I might leave a runner to the upside, and then I'll show you on today's. Look where it stopped again. This is the same 4 o'clock, and again at 27. It's again resisting of that here. Yeah, so a very important level. So yeah, let me go to yesterday's NQ. Hold on. Which is this one? Is this is this tab? Yeah, guys, I woke up at 3:45. I couldn't let go, and I was like, oh my god, what am I missing? And okay, I'm just gonna. Gonna go take this off.
I used to have a teacher who in high school would tell me, if there's something that's keeping you from sleeping and you can do something to make yourself feel comfortable and actually go to sleep, just get up and go do it and then go back to sleep.
Yeah.
And it sounds like
I did that. I just woke up and I'm like, because I wanted to journal after 10, because you know when the market closes 10 p.m. here, and I'm basically very active at daytime as well. So I was a little bit tired, and I was like, oh my god. And I said, you know what, I'll do tomorrow morning when I wake up. So I wasn't satisfied because it was a losing trade, and I just want to go over it and want to find out, what did I do wrong? What did I miss? Okay, and I just want to show you guys again, because 1st of July was my official day that I became your colleague, and I'm going to make a top 10 of my best trades, and this is number 1 now, but it could have been better, and I'll tell you why. So you see the manipulation move was a 10-4 of this candle, also on the 4. So this accumulation, the manipulation was a 10-4, this wick, and then we had the distribution. So this was the perfect. So I said I'm going to get out here because I only had this weekend gap. We call that NWalks, and this is that was the only one I had on the chart. So I remember saying in the stream as well, well, it was an easy trade because I only had one NWalk to play with. But when I say ping pong Monday, that is like because the market tends to bounce between 2 NWalks. So what I always do normally when I do my pre-market analysis, and I write down where are we at this level, and let me write down the closest NWalks. But I didn't have this level on, and at some point I asked myself in a light bulb moment, why was that why did I only have one NWALK? And I figured it out. I was on the monthly contract, and look at this date, guys. Let me just show you. Do you see the date of this NWALK? 16/2.
Yeah.
So for me, this is such an important lesson. And so this was the one. I'm on the hourly just to show you in the macro level. This is the 150. Why I measured this candle exactly 0.5 was the high. It was done doing its work here. You see this wick, it just went from wick to wick. It didn't need to go higher. Even though I was looking at those 2 times, the 830, it could have manipulated to that, but it was technically done. And then what I mean is there's always, so you have the accumulation, the manipulation, distribution. And when the distribution is done, what do you get? Accumulation. And accumulation is mostly on Monday between 2 NWALKs. And this was the NWALK that I had missing on my analysis. So if I would have had this one, and I would see price, because I exited my trade totally here, but I would have gone, I re-entered here with a micro or had a runner all the way down if I would have had this on my screen, because here equal lows and it took it out. So I would have had this lined up. And just, I probably would have gone out here. I wouldn't have been all the way, but this would have been a level of my, would be on my radar. But I didn't have anything because of this, and I limited myself. And that's why if I would know about this one, I would have known this would never be long. It would have been short, because we still had to ping pong a bit. Ping pong Monday. If it's not on ping pong on Monday, we have it on Tuesday. And here we go. Ping pong. Yeah. So I'm happy that I got to it. So see, we have to always, be aware that, okay, it could be on the continuous, because, the monthly, you don't see this. It doesn't show on my indicator, because it only shows the ones that are valid in that contract. So that was a very valuable losing trade for me. And so you guys were right at one. I think you guys already called it at this time exactly. It was a short, and then we start. You had a little bit of this level. It was very choppy, but it was already such a clear thing. Yeah, beautiful. It was a beautiful day yesterday, really.
To be fair, Sam had that called much more than me. That's for sure. I was more so going to go long, and then realized, wow, this isn't looking so good.
No, you said short.
And then
short. When I said long, you said no. I don't agree with you.
Oh yeah, that at that time, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
So
no,
you guys were right.
Yeah. Sam, I think might have had that. Yeah. He actually executed to some degree, I think, but
I did at first, and then my trust in the trade diminished very quickly. I don't know.
It was just such a weird area. It was really weird. So honestly, I don't blame any of us. But I will say, with that extremely thorough and detailed analysis, that do you think that would be really hard? Well, I guess if you had that second NWALK in there, it would have helped you more quickly make that decision to get short at that time period. But that's a lot of analysis to try and get into, then like within, let's say, 5 minutes or so, be like, all right, let's do this. Let's get short. But also to be fair, a lot of the times when I'm trying to get long or short, it relies on me making a decision within 1 minute or so. So I'm sure, there would have been decent time for you to make that.
Well, it would have already be in my analysis in the pre-market. I would actually already, maybe, no, well, to be honest, we came all the way from here to here. But I would always, when I would have this level on, if I have one here, I would think, okay, we have this here. There is a lower level. Let me see if there's a level of an NWALK or a gap, in this area. But like I said, because I journal, so really extensively, and I started to call it Ping Pong Monday like almost a year ago, because I always started noticing, oh, there's always this behavior between NWOGs on a Monday. I mean, almost every Monday that I journal, I started noticing it. I'm like, okay. And because we didn't have that on Monday, it happens. Remember we said that with another example. If something doesn't happen on Monday, it happens on Tuesday, and we didn't have this going back and forth in this area, and also not on Monday. So I would have anticipated this move, and maybe at least 1, 2, 3 move through, and then you don't know. But it's sort of like you always. Well, I just. Yeah, just if you start looking into it, you'll start noticing like, oh, okay, because we had the very large distribution move, and it was done. This was a 4-hour. Let me see. This is 10 to 1 2. This is a 2 o'clock. So the new 4 hours started here, and we could have had a distribution further down. But we did not. It stopped here. So then, then the day ended here, right in the middle. Yeah, the red line. So yeah.
Well, Sam, I will say a good thing. None of us were thinking, I feel confident in getting short right at that top just about 10 minutes ago or so, because just like we were saying, the market just is going to decide to try and fake anybody out trying to do that and be smarter than the rest of us, and then keeps going up. So
yeah. And also I did not calculate, in hindsight, it's so easy. But then again, I wasn't on my 1 hour. I was not, and now in hindsight, oh, look, it's so obvious. It went exactly to the mid of the 1 hour candle, but you start sort of like when you start doing this more and more, sometimes I do things on time, but yesterday I totally did not. But yeah, so I love when I make a mistake and I do figure it out, it was worth it to make that mistake.
And then when that pops up again in the future, you are ready for it, and then it feels like the market slaps you in the face to tell you to get in, and you immediately just have that impulse, all right, I know to get in here, and it's like a
exactly
thing. So
And something else I want to point out, also on the lower time frame, you see when we see it going back and forth, you see the wicks, the wick, the first wick goes here, the second wick is in the middle and on the lower time frame, and then you see the wicks go lower, and that was also a clear indication algorithmically that it was just working its way down through that N walk again, and then going to the other side. So you could see clearly here we have a higher wick, lower wick, and then this wick is leaving the N walk, and on the lower time frame you could clearly see it really moving down. It did have a spike up, it never got higher, and then again, and then again, and then again. Because it took me quite a while before to be stopped out. I think it was half an hour after our and I was like, oh yeah. And actually, I knew it was sort of like, oh, you look very heavy, but I just let it stop out. So, but it took a while. Yeah, but yeah, that was that.
Yeah. Interesting.
How are we doing in the live?
I may have done something that could be silly.
Oh,
I don't know. I saw something. I did just enter a short. I'll explain why. Look, it is extreme tight stop loss. I'm talking right above the current high.
Okay.
I'm not looking. This is going to be a scalp, and that's it. So the reason I entered a short is just if you look. Oh no, you won't be able to see this. I have to do the whole screen share. Sorry, 1 second. Remove that and share the whole screen. Otherwise, you won't see what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Robert also said short. You were right as well.
Okay. So So you should be able to see my screen now. So if you just look at the delta alone, we had this huge spike on this candle right here of buy delta. Again, another one only a few candles away. And it really kind of sits out. The last time we had that, we had it up here, and then we had like a move down. I am expecting some kind of small retracement where I can catch a little bit of maybe back down to these lows. I'm talking a really small scalp, nothing more. On trading view, you can see on the footprint, in terms of structure, there's no real gap or anything like that. The only thing I see is like a huge drop off in volume right here, which kind of works like a gap as well. But yeah, we've had 700 contracts right at the top of that candle. That's pretty big. We haven't really seen 700 in quite a while. We did see it back down there, but again, similar thing when we had 700 up here. You know, we had some kind of push down. So that's all literally I'm targeting. You know, back down to the point of control, maybe.
I think that's reasonable. I think point of control right now is, what are you seeing? I see 62, 63-ish, anywhere between 62, 62.50 and 62, 63.50. So
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe if it gets a little bit more legs, maybe a larger target for you could be the 62.56 area, which was the value area high of yesterday, which is also the current value area low of today's distribution. So
right. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I don't know. It might be a silly move considering we're in such a bullish market today. But then again, you know, my stop is going to be above. Literally, I haven't actually put it because of the spread. I have to factor in the spread. But if it goes over this, I'm just manually going to get out. So really tight stop we're looking at. You know, the spread is quite big at this moment in time. I guess there's low liquidity in the market. Maybe I'm not entirely sure why the spread's so big, but it is a bit bigger than normal. Yeah, I got to factor that in as well with scalps, which if I'm targeting here is probably a very bad risk reward considering the spread, but it's fine. It's fine.
You're just a little, it's a little stab. It's a little stab. That's all. It's not just taking a little stab at the market. You'll see. We'll see. It's looking pretty decent. So, you know, I think your analysis was pretty solid for that little short scalp here. Scalper McGee over here, man. You just scalp up the markets. I'm telling you, you are something, man.
I think I think you're going to have a 30-point trade.
I mean, that would be amazing.
Are you in NQ?
No. Yes.
Okay. On the AMRP levels, we hit the AMRP plus, so that means there's a high probability we go to AMRP the minus, and these models, they have a calculation, and we still have the AMR, the average. This model has done in the last calculated sessions 116, and we're only up 40, so it still has a long range to go. But then again, I'm like, is it going to be to the upside or to the downside? So I do think that it's a good scalp. But be careful. It is okay. I want to share us. Okay, I have to kill you afterwards, but I have a little bit of a cheat code that I discovered, and I'll share it with you guys.
Sure. Shall I pull up your screen?
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay, your screen's up already.
Oh my God! I didn't. That is scary.
I can control it from my end.
Okay, I know. Okay, so this purple line. So you see that I have extended the purple lines. These are my 1202s, and those are I use them as a roadmap. As you can see on yesterday's, that missing short. Where did it go to? Exactly 1202. It helps me a lot. So for me, I would the 1202 here. That's this one here. This one for today's. When it would go, so this is AMRP. The gray areas are the AMRP levels. So those are where liquidity could range to. It can also extend it, but it's just calculated levels. And here are those levels that I showed. We only have used 39.75 from the 116 calculated. So this is AMRP, the middle, and we just touched the AMRP plus. So there is a high probability that we could go lower, but then again, you see it's stalling in this 1202. And for me, that is, I would not enter a short until I'm below this level. But then, yeah, that is something that I use a lot also, and we have some other significant levels here. But yeah, it looks like yesterday again, right? Like it's working its way in a level, and then suddenly it's going to go down. And this is then this AMRP level. That's the mid. But then again, yeah, you've got these levels here, and yeah, it looks heavy. I think it's going to be a good trade, Sam.
I hope
Yeah,
so. Fingers
you
crossed.
you also had a little bit of a double top on the day at 102 on the NASDAQ. So maybe if there's some downward pressure towards the 22,800 area in the NASDAQ, that'll help push the ES down to exactly where you want it. I think you are on the right track, my friend. I think you
Look
are.
at that. It's going below the 1202 now. So I would enter here. I would just wait until it leaves that box, and then I would enter. But oh no, I would not enter. It's not in my macro time. No.
Yeah, it's looking okay at this moment in time. Nothing too worrisome on the footprint. But I am, really keeping an eye on it, because just from the history of today, it can just reverse and go up, and then and then never revisit that area ever again. So it is one of those days.
Yeah, on the 5-minute time frame too, you're still technically at you're still like a trend up in the last 2 hours, where you've just got a trend line that hasn't been broken yet, really. So you're kind of making like the higher highs, but the higher lows, and technically haven't broke that. You see that break, then bombs away down to hopefully 62.55 for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
We did make another poor high as well on the day right now, so that's very interesting too. But
okay, these are the weekly ones. I'll show you. The other screen was the intraday calculations, and these are the weekly. So the pink ones are root candles as well, and so that is very significant. And then these are the weekly MRP levels. So the weekly low is here, and the weekly high is here. So according to these, I didn't have I have to put this is AMR. The model says we're not going to go higher. High probability that, according to the calculations, it's high probability that the liquidity will not reach higher than this in this week until Sunday. Well, this is for the rest of the week then. So if we go higher, this is a high probability area where we could reach to, and this is the probability area for the lows. Yeah.
Nice.
where is that bat for good luck? Come on. That bat's gotta fly in here and give us some good luck or something, or tell us what to do.
We don't need good luck. We are doing. Oh shit!
Give us a little bit.
Were there any more bat incidents recently, Iris, or just the one on Monday?
No. I do have some monkey business that were on my trying to get inside. So I always have to be careful when I go. So my house that I rent is like is divided in the area where I'm sitting. There's like a tower, 2 rooms, and then if I have my little lounge area, my kitchen is downstairs, so I have to go down, and it's 2 separate units. So if I leave the doors open, then they either would, they're just steal an apple. These fervid monkeys, they're not like baboons that they destroy your whole house, but they're very cute. But they get very cheeky, and Yeah, that's the only thing I have to be careful with the monkeys here. So
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Uh,
Well, it looks really nice, like the background. Is it double ceilings, or is it just the way that camera's angled? It looks like really high ceilings.
It is high. It is really high.
yeah.
Yes, it is very high.
Lovely.
I can't change the lights, and I can't. I need someone to help me with that, and because I was struggling with the lighting for these sessions, and I asked my neighbor. I said, "Could you please come with your ladder?" And then we figured out that the ceiling lights were actually it was just too much, and so I still couldn't use them. Because I pointed them straight onto me, but now I can't change them back because I'm like, so I'm like, oh my god. So I ordered some other lights for. I will upgrade.
Right.
It's going to be better. Yeah, I still don't have a proper office. Well, I do have a laptop and a chair and stuff like that, but I want to. I need better stuff to work with. To be honest, so I'm working on it. But hey, I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I have to order. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very envious of nice high ceilings. We don't really get them in the UK. Everything is tiny.
In the Netherlands,
especially Paul being from Florida. When I went to Florida, I felt like everything was 10 times the size of everything in the UK. The cars, everything. It was just huge. It was incredible. But yeah.
It's so funny because I think a lot of people do say the same thing and it's funny because like when I've traveled abroad too, I'm like, wow, geez Louise, it just seems like there's just so much more space in everything. Like I feel like I have more space here. But it's got its pros and its cons. So,
yeah,
having
I rented a nice big American truck.
Yes.
Silverado, I think it was, or something like that.
Good old Chevy
had a nice big shake. I felt amazing. Lived the American dream for like 2 weeks. I absolutely loved it.
Oh man, dude. That is funny that you got a Chevy Silverado. That is true. Ford or Chevy, you got the Ford and Chevy teams over here for, American pride of sorts.
Yeah.
So that's funny. My dad had a Silverado at one point. That was pretty great.
Nice. I love those big trucks. I gotta say, like I would love to have one in the UK, but there's a reason no one has one. It's because you physically couldn't fit them on the road.
Yeah.
You would just end up crashing into like everything.
Yeah.
And your petrol costs would be through the roof. And oh my gosh, man! I mean, what you guys pay versus what we pay and stuff. I'm just like, what? What do they pay? I'd be broke. I'd be broke here. But also, to go somewhere that's 15 minutes away, you have to travel 10 or say like 20 kilometers or something. But it's on a highway, so
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's amazing just seeing like a different culture and then you look back and you come back home and you're like, damn, they got it right about this and that, and then you're like, why don't we do that?
I feel the same way.
Buildings and nice big, because people say the UK is a small country. It is a small country. They say, oh yeah, but everything's small because we don't have much land, which is kind of true. But there's still a lot of empty land. It's not like everything's been built up, So when they're building new houses, they're purposely building it really small to maximize the profit. So,
that's so true. But I also think the same thing when I travel abroad too. Like when I went to Japan last year, their transit system is just something to dream for. I mean,
it's amazing. Yeah.
You come back here, like you come back to the United States, and you're just like, why do I have a car? Why do we not have subway stations and railways and everything? Like, it is just, talk about a society built like perfectly on public transit. I mean, my goodness, I wish.
I hear a lot of good things about Japan. I've never been, but it is one of the places on my bucket list.
Mine as well. Yeah, I've also never been there, but it's also something I really want to also go more into the inlands and just go more into the cultural stuff. But even Tokyo is very impressive.
Oh yeah. Oh
apparently.
my gosh.
Yeah,
It
did
is.
you? Where did you go? What else did you see in Japan?
So me and my wife, we visited Tokyo, Mount Fuji, Osaka, Kyoto. We went to Kobe, and then we went to Nara too. So we traveled around. We took some of the bullet trains. We took a lot of the local transit, their JR system, as you call it. We were hiking around. We even took a bus trip too, so that was cool. And
Wow.
Wow.
yeah, but I think we're trying this winter to make a trip over to Europe and do a little bit of like a kind of like a European cruise thing of sorts. So we'll see though. Part of that will be flying into the UK, into Southampton area. So
Okay,
spend
nice.
a couple days, maybe just drive in, or get into London for a day and a half or so before the cruise. And
Yeah.
if you have any
Yeah,
recommendations.
I mean, London, there's a million things to do. Obviously, you got all the touristy things, all the big sites. But it's like any other big city. If you've been to any big city, like when I went to New York, I was like, this is like London, just a bigger version again. It's just a bigger version of London, essentially.
That's so funny.
So yeah.
They were going up again.
Oh, I haven't looked. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
No.
So
All right, let's have a look.
it's not going through the 1202. So Sam, I saw you did an interview with Mega. Were you in Hong Kong, or was she in London?
No, we were in India, in the India office for that interview.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was nice. I watched it. It was very nice to see.
That was recorded a long time ago, a really long time.
Really?
So if I look a bit chubby in that interview, I have lost weight since then. So I kind of want it re-recorded with my new, weight loss.
No, you looked good, man. You don't have to worry about that. You look good. That's so funny.
I'm gonna let it stop me out. If it stops me out, it stops me out.
Yeah.
I am seeing now. Like, in fact, let me pull up the charts real quick.
Yeah.
And, so yeah, this is exactly what I was hoping not to happen, and it happened. Oop, 1 second.
So it according to the model, there's a lot of room for, but yeah. So
So I drew out this area here, hoping it would break it, because this was the last big buy volume that actually successfully pushed the market up. And those buyers came in, defended it very well. You can see 788 contracts. They came in with, they definitely defended that area. My only hope is that sellers come in again here and hopefully gets trapped. But if it breaks the high, then I'm out. So it's the buyers are coming in aggressive again.
Yeah.
There was potentially a scalp, but considering how little it moved down, the spread factored in, it just wasn't enough. Wanted a bit more of a reaction, but looks like I might get stopped out any second. I haven't actually put a stop loss. Oh, there we go. And we're out. There we go.
Good attempt.
Small scalp, failed. Yeah. What can you do? Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But
yeah.
And now it will just plummet.
Yeah, right.
I'll be like, no.
You'll just have a top bar wick, just the liquidity it takes out, and then just drops. Oh gosh.
You know what? Nothing would surprise me anymore.
Yeah. Honestly.
Well, I noticed that there was a lot of manipulation around in the AM and the PM session that could be around this time. We remember we had that long wick as well, one of our sessions, and I did go over my journals and I'm like, I did see that a lot of the time in the PM session there's like this one big move. Either it's around 2 o'clock-ish, or then if it doesn't happen at 1, it happens at 2. There's always like one big wick move somewhere around. It can happen from now on. Have you noticed that too? Like that one week that we had, and yeah, I just noticed that in my because I went over some old journals, like, oh, there's a big wick as well, and like a fake out, and so I'm sort of
Yeah.
waiting for that moment, and then I'm like, okay, when I've seen that one, it's like then I feel like because we still have quite a bit of time for the PM session, not with the R session, but we still have like it's now 2, so we've got 2 more hours in total, right, for the market to be open. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Sam, I know you're a volume profile guy as well, and we got that like P shape forming.
Yes.
So we've got, when you see that P shape, sometimes all of a sudden the trading just grinds to a halt within that distribution at the top there. So and then not much is going to happen, but we'll see. You never know. It could break that overnight high and then all of a sudden try and find a new area of comfort. But I don't have much hope for it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. We're seeing most of the volume as at the upper and lower end of the range. We're definitely in like a short-term range right now. We've got heavy volume at the top always, and then heavy volume at the bottom, and it just kind of bounces. There's no kind of, everyone is just getting trapped left, right, and center, getting out.
Yeah.
It's just accumulating.
Yeah.
So there will be a pop at some point, but no. Better wait for a better opportunity.
Yeah, we have stacked root candles as well in this area. That means it's going to just fudge around a little bit. Plus, I've got 2 of my, when it's so close between the purple lines, I always notice that there's a lot of just moving back and forth for a while. But it can just suddenly be out of it. But it's a short week, so we can have weird things happen. But so after such a big move, it always it just sort of like takes its time for the next one. Yeah.
Something interesting too is when you look at gold and like silver, like basically the metals versus what the equity markets have been doing the last couple of days, gold and silver are both up and the equity markets are both up, which is kind of fishy in its own way because they've kind of been the counterbalance to each other. The equities go up, market or liquidity or funds get drawn from the metals, put into the equity, and then vice versa. So kind of interesting that we're seeing that kind of trend occur right now. Not sure how to feel about it. Kind of want to look at the charts, honestly, see what the gold charts look like and whatnot. Not that I'm going to try, maybe micro gold, but we've had this discussion many times.
Yeah. I'll let you handle gold, Paul. I'm just going to step away.
Exactly. So funny.
Robert has messaged a few times. He has said, I'm jealous of the tall ceilings also. I'd be able to use my longer clubs in my room for my golf simulator.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, wow.
Dang.
Is that
cool?
Is that like a proper, like what you see in arcades, like a proper golf simulator that you kind of hit like a sheet or something, and it kind of projects the field and everything?
Those are the fancy ones. Those are the fancy ones.
I would love to have one of those.
One of my family members has one where you can hook it up outside and you can then attach a TV to like the software part of it that also has the radar thing, and you hit it into the net and you have the course on the TV. So essentially you can see the course on the TV, but you're hitting it into a net and it tracks with the radar thing and whatever, and it's pretty cool, but it's expensive, but cool.
Yeah.
I can imagine. Wow. That's
But
incredible.
you sort of you walk the course, but you're not really walking it, but you hit the ball like you would do like on the course then, and then it just goes into the net.
And it records like spin and club head speed and all that stuff, and then it
crazy.
the technology does its technology thing and just puts it on the screen for you. So,
Wow.
That's amazing.
yeah.
He goes, yeah, I have an impact screen with a projector and I have a launch
Launch
monitor.
monitor. Nice.
Very cool.
So how many times do you
Robert-
use it, Robin?
He has everything.
He's got his own Top Golf, actually.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, maybe we're going to have a Ola Prime golf tournament somewhere.
That would actually be pretty cool. Even though
I
I
think
don't
so
play
too.
golf, I will learn to play golf for that. Absolutely.
Well, we can have a clinics, and we have all people that work, but also people that are on the other side and trading, and we can all meet. I think that's
Yeah.
actually
That'd be
pretty awesome.
I'll push that up to the higher ups as a suggestion. See what they say. Never know. They might be up for it.
I think Florida is a good location for. I would not do Europe because we could have a lot of rain.
Yeah, no.
South Africa
I would like to get out of Europe as well. So I'll be annoyed if it's like, oh, it's in London. I'm like, oh, man,
London.
maybe go on holiday.
Just a monsoon during our golf session. Well, I will
Scotland
say,
is nice.
Sam, you got top ticked, my friend. Top ticked.
Now it's coming down. I just had a look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Are you
you
kidding
know.
me? This is
Now the sell volume has come in really strong. We just had over 2,000 contracts. Well.
Exactly what I was seeing. I was like, are you kidding me? This is the life of a trader, I'm telling you. Wow.
You know what it is as well? It's the time of day. I end my trading day always pretty much an hour, 2 hours at most after market open. I usually have that major move. I catch some kind of move within that time, and then I just walk away. I never trade after that. So I don't know.
Sound.
But we'll see. It might just go up again because this market has been very, very annoying. But the sellers are coming in quite hard now. They came in very aggressive.
The time price opportunity POC just migrated up to 62, 64, but the volume profile POC is still at 62, 63. So I don't know.
The cumulative delta has now gone into the negative. It was
What does that
positive.
mean?
Just means there's been more sellers, technically. More sell contracts, sorry, not sellers, but sell contracts traded throughout the whole day than there have been buy contracts. But we still were very bullish. So I think, actually, I think that means all the buyers have exited out the market from today. Most likely. I think all this big sell, I think that's buyers exiting.
Yeah, I am
trade.
with you.
There could actually be quite a pop right now and quite an aggressive move down. I might re-jump in.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would. Well, I'm waiting for it to leave that 1202 area, so that purple box. Then I would definitely join you in a short, because again, we are hitting that 27 level that I have and the 4, and it's such an important level. So, yeah,
I just want to see sellers.
It's so similar to yesterday's action around this time.
I want to see them defend where a lot of sell volume is. I want to see if there's some kind of defensive move, and then if there is, I will jump in.
How does that volume profile footprint look on the 1 minute in this 1 minute bar that's occurring? Is it?
Yeah, it's not looking good for the sellers, to be honest. I haven't jumped in because it doesn't. I don't think it's new sellers coming in. I think it's buyers exiting.
I agree, man. I am 100% with you there. I agree.
And then it
Which is
seems
Yeah,
what-
so people are waiting for a higher take profit, and now they're just getting fed up with the accumulation, and then those people are getting out now. Is that what you mean?
pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
People who bought early in today are getting out the market essentially,
Mhm.
taking profit, and that's why we had that kind of heavy negative, because the cumulative delta has gone pretty much back to zero to balance.
Yeah.
So that kind of tells us from the beginning of the day, if you kind of think about it, it was mostly buyers today. They've all left the market. So now we should see balance. If there's balance, and now it's whoever's more aggressive. So hopefully, buyers or sellers, whichever one gets more aggressive, might actually make the market move.
I do see a flat candle on the 15-minute on the downside. I see actually two flat candles. Let me see. Oh, well, that's interesting. What do we have to the downside? One, yeah. So the 1045 is a flat candle on the 15 on NASDAQ. Is that on ES as well?
10, which, sorry, what time?
The 1045 candle is a bullish candle with a flat bottom.
ES time, yeah?
Yes, correct. Oh, yeah, Eastern. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're
That's
not
okay.
an Eastern.
I don't
Trying to
see
find it.
Oh, you said the 15-minute though.
Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
So that would be 1045. So this one. Did you say flat bottom or?
It's
Yeah,
not.
so the bottom is flat. Let me go. I'll check it as well. I'll open up an ES chart.
It is not a flat bottom.
Yeah, it's got a wick on ES.
Okay, that's a bummer. ES, let me check.
I'm 50-50 with this market right now.
Yeah, Sam, I don't. You're making me feel like I do want to jump into a short, but I will say you pulled that cumulative volume delta is really making me think that you now get short, put a stop above the high of 69.25 and let it ride. But I want to fight myself to not do it. Honestly, I don't want to.
Yeah. I'm holding back for now, just because any aggressive sellers that did come in, they haven't been successful in pushing the market down.
Yeah.
And because we've got now technically a lot of trapped sellers on the bottom of the last 5-minute candle. So I'm all a bit, I don't know. I think there's just balance right now.
Yeah.
Just like we had yesterday, where it was just balanced and it was going
Exactly.
literally sideways for a bit. And then someone becomes more aggressive and then moves the market. So,
yep. I think if anything, if you're going to take the short, you take it as close to the top as you can. You just, and then like you were doing, like look for maybe a 4-point scalp or something with like a 2-point risk maybe, but
yeah,
that's being generous, and it's not my kind of trade normally, to be quite honest. I don't usually take those kinds of trades.
On the futures, you could probably get away with it because there's pretty much no spread. But if you're doing it on a CFD platform, because of the spread, it makes it almost impossible to kind of. The range is literally the size of the spread. So
if I feel uncomfortable doing it on the futures, I can only imagine how I'd feel if I had only the CFDs to play with. So very, very interesting though.
Keep an eye on it. Who knows? We've got technically 21 minutes before the end of the session. There might be something, there might not. I'm doubtful. Yeah. I feel like it will happen just at the end of the session, like it did yesterday.
Yeah.
But still took a while after, even though it went. I was almost stopped out at one point about 3 times because it went down, and then it went up again, but it just didn't go as high as the previous week, and then again, and then finally after half an hour, I was like, okay, thank you. Now I can do something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. I mean, Sam, I think, and Iris, I think it would be nice at the least for the S&P 500 specifically to at least have at some point, even if it's not during our session, just a little pop to repair this top end area that has formed a poor high technically already. It's about to form an even poorer high if it gets rejected again from the top. It would be nice to see it repair it, do maybe a little bit of a spike at least, and then come back down to POC before the end of the day, and then we kind of have a good base to go off of for tomorrow's trading session. But tomorrow's short, right? Shorter time.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I don't know how tomorrow might be a bit of a dud day, to be quite honest. But we're doing. I saw that there's some sessions happening on Friday morning. I was surprised.
I have to look at the schedule. To be honest,
Yes, we are
I
on
know
it.
there's a bank holiday on the US, but I don't know.
No, so
Independence Day,
yeah, they both days the market is opened until 12 CT. So we have morning sessions also for I mean, I think we are doing the morning session in the schedule.
But the thing is tomorrow, like the difference between tomorrow and Friday is that like the stock market is fully closed in the United States on July 4th. So you just have futures, whereas the stock market is at least open tomorrow till 1 p.m. to trade as well.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So like tomorrow's relatively like traders are going to be checked out like here in the US, and the volume is going to be lower. But then on the 4th, it's going to be dead probably. It's probably going to be as close to dead as you can get. But it'll be interesting to see for sure.
Who knows? We'll make the
I'm
most
sure
of it.
I'm sure we will find topics to talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. You might have to bring another bat into your room, Iris.
Well, it's too early. It's still light. Yeah, it's still too light then. If we have the number one session, but maybe there's a monkey.
Yeah, a monkey, giraffe, whatever exotic animals you have.
Well, I've got really two amazing big birds that they're so funny. They have these big black beaks and they're really big. And what they do now, they sit like in the morning, they sit in front of the tree here and they start looking at you and like they really want to connect it. I'm like, hello. And then my cats are also looking at them. But now I've got an outdoor shower here. And they start knocking on that glass. So it's like with that big, but it's so loud. And I'm like, what the hell? Is someone in my shower? But it's high, right? It's the first floor. The first time I really got like a heart attack. And then I'm like, what? And I thought, oh, maybe it wants water. So I put on the shower, but it didn't want the water. But it does it every morning. It just starts like knocking on that glass door. But it can, they're really big, those beaks. So I'm like, oh, I don't hope it damages the, I'll try to get them on a good, maybe they'll be in my video that I'm trying to
in the lifestyle video. That would be great.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That would be great.
Yeah,
I would love to see it.
I need to visit South Africa. I think I need to see the wildlife.
I fell in love. You know, every country has its issues, but you know the quality work life. You know, it's just. I fell in love with the country, to be honest, and I'll find it hard if I have to leave again. I don't think so, but I just really enjoy it, and life is it's a little bit simpler here. Like I needed stuff, but I went to one town and I couldn't find my 4K webcam, so I had to order it. And now I'm like, oh my god, I want a new computer, but I can't. I really have to think about these things. It's a little town, and then even though you go to the bigger ones, it just doesn't have the, you know, in the Netherlands, I can get anything highest quality, like just a few meters outside the, you know, you go to town. And
Yeah.
here it's just like, yeah, it's just different a little bit. But that's it. I mean, once you have everything, it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, that's part of life. I think you have to explore. You have to, travel about, see different cultures, because it just kind of opens up your mind. And
It does. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. I fell in love because I used to do conservation work when I used to still work for KLM in the Netherlands. I used to go and I would do projects here. So that's how I got to know the area. I'm actually in the Hoedsprout area, so that's near Kruger Park. I actually have a stand there, but I got into a lawsuit. I got scammed. We won the lawsuit.
that's good.
And yeah, it was actually it was international.
Wow.
The guy, I mean, he's a very bad
Wow.
person. He's a very bad, yeah. And so that's why I decided, because I didn't have a home. Like I was supposed to have a built home and live in it. I was like, okay, I'm renting here. Why don't I travel in the country and go to different areas to explore? Because why am I renting at the same place if so that's why I moved to Eastern Cape. Like in the summer, I was in Nature's Valley, so I was near. I think his name is Yanni, or what's his name? He was South African.
Oh
There's
yeah,
another
we had
guy.
Yanni, Richard.
I think it was Richard. He
Richard,
was South.
yeah.
And I said, "Hey, your accent sounds South." He said, "Yeah, I live in Cape Town." I said, "Oh, I was 3 months. I was just nearby." So I moved now to the other area, to KwaZulu Natal. We have bush here, but it's not as bushy as I'm used to, because I really lived in an area where we had the big five. But yeah, I probably will go back to the bush area in 11 months, though. Then I'll be really. Then you might see a giraffe passing by my window. Yeah.
That's so cool. Seeing
Yeah,
giraffes and elephants, and oh my goodness.
it's amazing. Yeah, I love, and I used to work for Elephants Alive. And that's what I want. I mean, at daytime do some voluntary work, and then at nighttime, because time wise, it's perfect for us to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Well,
the best I could do is have a green screen, and I can put a fake giraffe in the background occasionally. But
I might have a stuffed animal somewhere around.
Oh boy, yeah. No, I've got I can't do without. I just love animals. I've got it's a little bit of yeah. I'm not taking care of a lot of stray cats here. I'm finding them and I'm taking care of them. I just feel so sorry for those little,
yeah,
Of
poor
course.
things.
yeah, of course.
Just
Absolutely.
animals in general. I mean, there's a lot of problems here with the poaching and stuff like that. And,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a beautiful thing to do, but you see, it's a lot of negativity and things like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Sadly, the world is an unfair place.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not respecting. I mean, when I am here and I have a baboon, the thing that we're not here, by the way, but in Hoedsprout, the thing that you can have is not a normal break-in, but a baboon break-in. But then again, I'm like, we're taking their land, and they're nasty. I mean, they just shoot your whole. They just break everything. They broke my golf clubs, and they see a pack of rice, like, oh, they're the Vikings, and they're just out to destroy your whole house. Like, yeah.
Oh my god.
And they are, and then they
terrifying.
like. You have like a pack of rice, and like it's not food, but they love opening and they throw it everywhere just for fun, right? Those kind of things. And I really just take food. No, they don't do that. They just destroy your home. But the surface, the cute little ones, they just they might steal an apple or a banana when they get the chance, but they don't do any harm. And we don't have the baboons here. But oh my God, when you have a baboon break-in, I mean, you have to redecorate and repaint your whole house. And there's shit everywhere. The moment they see you, they start shooting before they leave. I mean, it's just. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be terrified.
No, I wasn't in. No, you don't want to be in your home. But my cats
Yeah.
were. I was, oh my god, they kill your cats and the dogs. Yeah, they do. If they, yeah. No, they're horrible. They're nasty. They can be pretty vicious. Those baboons. But but then again, I'm like, okay, I'm in your, I'm living in your
Yeah.
area. Even as I'm a foreigner and I come here and I'm in your spot. So do it once in a while, and I'll just take it. Yeah.
Exactly.
We take their land and we take they were here before us humans.
course,
And then
of
people
course.
are like, oh my God, I hate the monkeys. I'm like, yeah, but you want to live in the bush.
Right. There's plenty of pests in many different areas where, of course, we don't want them. But the only thing I don't feel bad about taking care of and just exterminating are mosquitoes. Man, do I hate mosquitoes. Jeez Louise. That's the one thing I don't feel bad. I don't know what they do for society or for the ecology or whatever. I don't know what they do. But,
Well, like bats eat them, and a lot of frogs
Thankfully.
eat them, and yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why if you have a bat around, you want them around, and even frogs, you let them live in your home because they eat the. Yeah, I got stung by a scorpion a few months ago, but no, well, it was not the parabutus, but it was still scary because I don't know, and I called my snake guy because, we have a snake guy. You call him when you have a snake in your house, and they come and they collect him and they let him out somewhere else. So I called him. I said, Sam, his name is Sam. I said, I don't know, but I just got stung, and do you have a picture of it? He said, how do you feel? I said, well, it feels like like I've got stung by a bee. So he started laughing. But I was like, really, like I didn't know, like it was dangerous. He said, can you breathe? No, I think I'm a little bit short of breath. He says, well, he says, if it feels like a bee sting, you're gonna make it. Don't worry. Because if you're really stung by the other one, it would be so painful. You would, But then again, it was so good that I got stung because I was packing for this trip, and then I found two dangerous ones in my closet in a corner and one in my bathtub. But because I was like, oh my God, I just got stung, And then because I took out some clothes, and I took out my yoga mat, and it pressed against my leg, and there that little one was. Yeah. So now I was so the universe, it made that little thing happen. So I was aware of those two dangerous ones. Yeah.
Man, people talk about Florida having like gators and stuff, and there being a lot of crazy things in Florida. I'll tell you what, nothing compared to where you are. I don't care what any Floridian says. If I'm getting attacked by baboons and scorpions, and I mean, geez Louise. But
wow.
No thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm thankful that the worst thing we have are like house spiders in the UK. Although there was once, we get these they're completely harmless, but we get these really big spiders. They're probably about this big, and they're black and like kind of a bit hairy almost look like a skinny tarantula. And we get them. They're like they look really scary, but they're completely harmless.
Wow.
And I was doing my laundry, and I have like a dryer. And I took my towels out the dryer, put them up, went to have a shower, and what I didn't realize is that one of those spiders must have crawled into the dryer because it's nice and warm or something as it was cooling off. And it was in my towel. And I went off to the shower. I just threw one of these massive spiders onto my face. It's
so scary. I mean, I wouldn't like it either.
That was, my heart almost stopped.
I can imagine that. Yeah.
I would have had a heart attack. Yeah. I would have a stroke, heart attack, all the above. I don't even know. Oh my gosh.
No, so that's why I've got two rescue cats. One is half African wildcat. So she's there, she's sleeping. But if I have everything open, I know when there's a snake, she would warn me. So she's like my the other one is like a princess. The black one that was sitting here. That's like I mean. She would not even be bothered, but that one I would know. So I wasn't really afraid. But she needs to be around. Then I wasn't okay. Where's Gigi? Because I feel safe when she's around. Because she has that wild. She's very domesticated, but she still has a wild touch. So Yeah.
Good to have.
Oh, Robert also has Black Widows. Yeah, and I you know,
Yeah.
and I got tick bite fever. I mean, you can get. I mean, you've got the normal Lyme in the US. You've got Lyme, and also in London, right? I think we have Lyme in Europe, but here you have African tick bite fever. I was so ill. I was ill for 4 to 6 months. I could not do anything. It was crazy.
That is.
But it's better than Lyme because once you have it and it goes. But Lyme is like so it becomes chronic, right? I think, and African
Yeah.
tick bite doesn't. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, well, give me African tick bite fever. I still have to get malaria as well, and I mean, and then I'm a local.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I won't go to South Africa now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you sold it to me. You did at first with giraffes and all the wildlife,
All right.
and now.
Oh my god, that is funny.
Same.
Yeah, you know, you can't be too afraid of some things because you can see it's a little bit more wild here. Yeah, it's less organized.
Well, you know, I'll be like a dumb tourist because I wouldn't think that the possibility of a scorpion being in my shoe or hidden away or a
No,
spider, I wouldn't even think about it because I've grown up my whole life essentially never even coming into contact with anything poisonous, venomous. There's nothing dangerous in the UK animal-wise. So, you know, you can go to the forest here, walk about. You're not going to run into a bear or a wolf or anything like that. It just doesn't exist. We have nothing dangerous here in terms of wildlife. So I'll be like the idiot tourist who will end up getting bit by some venomous snake because I didn't even realize it was there. And
Yeah.
No, and who's right? We have to before we go to bed. We check the bed. I mean, it's always like the pillows, and if you go under the. Sometimes I just would fall asleep on the couch because I was too lazy. I'm like, oh my god, I don't feel like checking the bed. I just I'll fall asleep here on the couch. But no, you have to check the bed and the pillows because especially when you have the thatch roof, they fall in. They can fall through the roof. And also the snakes come in through the roof and beds. But I love that. It looks really nice, but it's sort of like you've got more people or more things living inside, But it's part of the charm. I mean, once you get used to it, it's just like, you just I still walk barefoot. I don't go outside barefoot, but I do always look down when I walk, even when I'm in the home, just to make sure that. And I had a big fat spider. And I saw him or her, and I knew it was like this big. Is it tarantula that we have there? I don't know. Oh, black widow. I don't know if we have that inside, but it was one of those hairy ones. But I knew it was just living there, and I was afraid to get it out, and I didn't want to ask anyone. I was by myself there, so I sort of like lived with that spider, and I thought, okay. So, but I just, at some point I just let it go. And I used to be really afraid of spiders, but now I'm like, okay, it's behind the couch. Do not crawl on me when I fall asleep.
Yeah.
No touch wherever Iris is. Oh my God.
Yeah, I agree, Robert.
I'm not doing a good job selling South Africa here. But no, it's such a beautiful country, guys. Really, it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'll just walk around with one of those inflatable clear balls that I can just zip up and put myself in, and nothing can get.
No, you'll be fine. I mean, if you go on safari, you're probably going to one of the luxurious places, but it can still happen there that that would be funny that you pay a lot of money and then you still and then you stay in a cheap tent. There's nothing. Yeah, well, I can definitely recommend. I mean, I recommend this. We have beach, bush, mountains. It's such a diverse country.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will say the markets have been moving nothing while we've been talking, obviously.
I know.
But there's one little caveat that I did just see a minute ago that I follow the VIX. I follow a chart of the VIX, essentially. I look at the UVXY to just see what the VIX is doing in combination with the NASDAQ, S&P 500, Dow, etc. And the VIX has been going up while the market has been steadily grinding higher. So that is an interesting tidbit, a little bit of a divergence in the typical VIX personality versus what markets are doing at the moment. So something to watch. Maybe we do see that pop and then a quick drop down into the value area high range in the ES because of this, VIX warning. But who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could be absolutely right, actually.
We'll see. Or the VIX will just drop off and then and go back to normal, and then the market will grind. So,
Sam, I want to ask you before we leave.
Yes.
When we stop the session, it says don't leave until everything is uploaded. Do we need to stay inside?
Oh no, you can leave. Don't worry. That's just for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. At the beginning, I was saying, like, oh my god, what am I? So should I stay or?
No, you're fine. You can exit. Okay. But that is time. Paul, Iris, great session. Really enjoyed all the stories about South Africa and all its crazy wildlife.
Lovely conversations.
Exactly. It's a shame the markets were a bit sideways, but
it's okay. It cannot be fun every day.
Exactly.
It was really a nice week, to be honest, so far. Very educational, and I'm looking forward to. I'm actually every session, even though we don't have any trades, it's still fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's always enjoyable. Well, guys, have a great evening, afternoon. Robert, you too as well. We'll see you probably tomorrow, I'm assuming.
We'll see you again tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Sounds great.
Bye-bye.
See you guys. Thanks.
Take care.